the Father, the Father, the Son. This is all I can send you, Kal-El. It's not who I am underneath that defines me, but what I do. You want to get nuts? Come on, let's get nuts. Just because someone stumbles and loses their path doesn't mean they're lost forever. You're making me angry. You wouldn't like me when I'm angry.
All right, very short intro because I realized that people kind of come in and they see that intro and they're like, oh, he's not going to be on for another friggin' whatever and leave. So I'm going to keep it short and we'll go on from there. It's a new year. I'm quite excited about 2024. It's like something, it's the first time in the entire year it feels exciting to me. And I'm so glad to have Shane Evans, one of my best mates, and probably my best mate, I should say, who I always love to show up the artwork of because this is our pride and joy in New Zealand when we're growing up as kids. Well, for me, really, because we had a group called ABC Warriors, but today, oops, hopefully you haven't damaged it. What we're going to be talking about is Chronicles of the Wasteland, right? Shane's new work, and also going to be talking about this fan art from Rico's mate, who he did for this, which is back cover, man. Like, are you going to do a poster release of that? Because that would be cool if you're allowed to.
It's not my artwork.
Yeah, maybe he'll do a poster release of that or a pin up. So how you been? 2024, man. Like,
well, I still feel like I'm in last year, but that's because when you go on holiday from doing a 9-to-5 job, everything starts to blur together.
Yeah.
So all I've been doing is cutting down hedges and then trying to draw comics at night time. So
because you moved,
doesn't feel like a holiday.
Yeah, because you moved into a new place last year.
Yeah.
A lot of things changed about what your situation. And did you buy the house? Or yeah, bought a new house. How many bedrooms?
It's only got 2 bedrooms, but it's got 2 lounges and an art room.
Damn.
So
like you could change that. You could change that. How do you get 2 lounges?
I think it's meant to be 3 bedrooms.
Right.
We've got 2 lounges.
Yeah. Hey, Nugget. How's it going, Ross? Hey, pop in if you want, man. Like, it'll be great. Ross Payne, caricature artist from Wellington. Yeah,
with the steampunk.
I will. I am going to put the link in. Oh, that's right, steampunk. I always forget about that part about Ross being a steampunk cosplayer, as they like to say, right? So here's the invite, but this is quite a different thing. I don't often have anybody apart from my close friends come into my home because it's a very tight spot. Like, I mean, seriously, this is the only area that's free that we can actually sit down.
Yeah, it's actually smaller than last time I was here.
Yeah, well, there's like about.
You might have to try selling.
Seriously,
stuff.
Yeah. So this is one side. So see the door. This is the wall and the door. So when you come around this way, this is the comics area. This is a kitchen, but right over here, right in front of me, right. It's bookshelves and bookshelves and bookshelves full of graphic novels and art books, movie books. But then also in the middle of that, to get to it, I've left this much space on its side. There's a display unit full of toys. And then on top of that is all the stuff from the Plunge Convention that he's a part of, that he did for, that's been for part of our lives for the last 5 years. And all the stuff from that. And so when I say there is not much room in our spot, it's very small. Yesterday I had the 2 nephews over, and my nephew from Oz was over. Seth was over yesterday, and he goes. My brother goes. He came in and he walked out, and then he said to my brother David, he said, "Hey, can I go inside, Dad, and have a look at this collection?" And I went, and then David said to me, "Hey," and I said, "Yeah, sure, come in, but there isn't much stuff. I mean, like space, right?" So he comes in, has a look, and goes, it looks like, because I already gave him a bag of stuff, right? because I don't give my collection away, but I will go and buy stuff for him. So I went out and bought stuff from him into town yesterday for like, and then came back and said, here's your stuff. And, but yeah, it's very small, right? So hearing that he's got a friggin' three
A double garage.
and a double garage,
Big
like,
room out there.
and, damn. I
set the art room up first when I
of
moved
course.
in. We went straight into it.
Hey, talking about art, I have something for you.
Right.
And because this is just for you, right? This is a snowboard that I bought last week, that just so you could paint it for yourself and it's yours. So that, like, because I've got a snowboard, like a skateboard from you. So I was like, in return, because I got this for Christmas last year. So for this Christmas this year, you get that to paint on as you want. Because, like, check it out. Like, I get a skateboard and he gets a snowboard to paint for whatever. Sell it, do whatever you want. But, it's a bigger, if you really look at it,
How did you fit this in your house?
should think about how did I get it to get it home, right? I had to get a taxi and everything, which I do.
Where did you find snow in Northland?
I actually used to have a V drink actual snowboard, like brand new, that I won in a competition at Mount Ruapehu, and in about 2001, which I had to sell because I was, when I was a student, I needed the money, and I only got $120 for it. But I've never snowboarded, but I saw this at Salvation Army the other day, and I was like, yeah, that'll be great to paint on. I don't know what, like, more about like primers and all that stuff and what will work, because it's got that, that seal on it.
Sand the shit out of it.
Yeah, sand it and stuff. And then,
it's definitely a big canvas.
It is, it's bigger than a skateboard, right? So I think that's the great thing about it. It's bigger than a skateboard. And so you got more room to work on. And imagine doing an awesome Chronicles of the Wasteland, scene on it. And then, like, just from one side to the other, you could have all your other characters on it.
Yeah.
And then, if you ever wanted, you could, like, basically do a competition in New Zealand wide. Say, here's a, because you're going to send it down, it's going to look brand new, right? And you go, here, if you buy such and such, the 500 member, whatever, sold, whatever, and you go, here's a competition, you get to win this. And imagine, somebody hanging that on their wall, because, like, you're an artist, right? You've been an artist for so long, and you have your art all over the world, as far as I know, because people have bought and sent it over.
It's traveled a wee bit,
yeah. So, I mean, what's that been like, being doing fine art is like this, like painting, right? Painting onto actual canvases.
I don't really consider myself fine art. I would say
more pop,
illustration, lowbrow,
right?
Which is like when you do, like, Robert Williams is lowbrow. He's a cartoonist, but he's also an artist and a painter.
Mm-hmm.
But you can see that he likes hot rods, pin-up girls, that sort of stuff.
Mm.
So yeah, I think mine's more lowbrow, more illustration. I'm not really a fine artist.
Mm.
I draw things I enjoy, so
right.
I don't go for the fine art route. I mean, if I sat there and tried, I reckon I could oil paint quite well. I've used oils before, but I don't want to.
Yeah. and that's the thing about, like you, if you're doing art and if it's not bringing you joy, why would you do it, right?
Yeah.
And if it's because you take, it's about time. Like, I mean, creating art takes time, and so, I mean, like, someone who wouldn't be in the same vein, right? Like caricature and stuff, is Ross Payne here, one of our great friends. I mean, I consider him a friend. From Wellington. How you doing, bud?
Hey, good. How about you?
You're sounding a bit like delayed there. I'm not sure what the deal is. And stuff.
Yeah, technically it's a different setup from last time, but you can hear me okay?
Yeah, we can hear you. It'll be fine. I mean, like, I just realized that, yeah, it definitely has to be different from the last time because you were very clear last time. Yeah, I mean, talking about fine art and stuff, I've always kind of like, I mean, my favorite fine art artist is Gustav Klimt. For those who don't know,
He's very graphical though.
Yeah,
I mean, he's not
Yeah.
really. He's a lot of graphic
what I-
designers love him. So
that's what I love about
Yeah.
him. He's when I was doing art school, and like I've done oils as well, and acrylics and stuff, and I did a whole range of like probably about 15 canvases, like large ones and everything, and even did a whole wall kind of like size. I love because I was really inspired by him.
Yeah.
The whole idea of like gold and silver, and you're right. He's more like kind of what was it? What you used?
I'd say he's more of a graphic artist,
Yeah.
in my opinion. I
Yeah.
mean, he's obviously fine art. People think he's fine art, but he's got that. He's got the design sort of touch to it where he doesn't have to draw something realistically.
Yeah.
He also doesn't draw something abstract. He doesn't throw paint at the canvas. He plans out what he's doing.
That's it. Yeah. I remember doing a that wall one I was telling you about. Maybe like it's about 2.5 meters by 2 meters, on canvas, and and then in my head I was like, I am kind of like gonna like be as graphic as I can be with me, and this is where it's from that point now I've become a graphic artist kind of thing, in the sense like a designer, not like an artist, but I consider myself as a designer more than a artist. But when it comes to practical stuff like sculpture and stuff, I consider myself an artist in that sense, right? But you're right about him and the way he places stuff using gold, leaf and stuff, or paints, and it's just that's why I think it's the eclectic way of myself being an artist, because of that inspiration from that.
Yeah.
What are your inspirations like to where you're at now and where you started from?
Well, I've got the obvious ones. Well, quite a few obvious ones. I can't say one or two. I've got a giant pile of art books. I mean, I love the Robert Williams stuff.
Right.
Obviously, people like Dave McKean, Simon Beasley.
Yeah.
Got to go back to the classics like Frazetta and
Simon, dude, like Simon
and Geiger.
Yeah.
They have Geiger.
Yeah. I mean, like seriously, all the names you're naming are my favorites. Like Geiger, like McKean, with Dave with the what Daredevil, like the covers for Daredevil, right? He did those ones, or was it the other one? What was that one? It's like the Japanese one. What was
David
it?
Mack.
Oh, that's David Mack, right?
David Mack. Well, he's if you're talking about your Gustav,
yeah,
I'd say David Mack is probably a giant fan of his too. He's got quite a few works that look very fine art.
I was what I think is really great now is that you've got access to all these creatives now.
Yeah.
And not only can you like look at their work like going back decades, but you can see their current work, and then you can hear about them like we're talking about, their inspirations themselves.
Yeah.
But also be friends with them because of internet, or see their current work and follow them and stuff. And you were talking about, who was that guy that was you mentioned earlier, who was a podcaster when we were talking to Nick on Larry's show.
Will Terrell or whatever it is.
Yeah, I might have heard the name, but
sounded real familiar. I just thought I'd watched them on YouTube. That's all.
Yeah, and the good thing now is because of YouTube, you get to see these guys and talk about that. What's the other one? Like, who's that one that you listen to? Like Kayfabe?
Yeah, cartoonist Kayfabe. But I mean, both of them are illustrators and cartoonists, which is great. So just love comic books,
right?
And they don't love the normal comic books, which is even better.
Which is basically what you're into, because it's like horror and stuff. You like the that's something that's not like conventional, right?
Yeah.
Like the mainstream. And
well, they grew up on Image Comics, but
right.
like they said, they quickly grew out of Image Comics. They quickly realized there was a lot more to see, and not everything had to be superheroes. So I think that's the main thing. I like when people say that comics are dying. I don't think they are completely. I think they're changing.
Right.
I think when they say comics are dying, they mean in DC.
Right. And that's it.
Because indies are going off, and Kickstarters, which never existed 15 years ago, people are getting 20 times their funding that they ask for. So a lot of successful people doing independent stuff. It's just the big two that are stuck in their ways and not that creative
That's it.
are dying. It's
That- that's-
strange.
And the only way they can see, like, this is talking about mainstream, right? The only way Marvel and DC can see them go forward is by getting people who know nothing about the medium knee-jerk reactions to trying to make it work, like to succeed. And so you get the gender, you get the sexuality changes, and they think that's what's going to make it succeed. Why not just create new characters with that? You know. But the good thing is, like we said, like indies are popping, man. Like indies are popping. You want to see what's popping? You know, we're about to release our own comic, but I want to talk about one thing that's really popped, and I'll make sure I get the right. Do you want to talk about something while I find this? You know, because it's going to take me. It always takes me a bit to find the right thing. Well, it didn't take.
When I was a kid, I never got into comics very much because of the superhero things would never gelled with me. But I just loved the Tintin and Asterix, really, and some Commando comics back in the day.
That's it's a very Kiwi thing.
It
Tintin
is.
and Asterix.
I have.
I think the New Zealand taste is not superheroes because Tintin and Asterix popular.
Yeah,
Judge Dredd, very popular.
Oh yeah.
I mean, Australia loves the Phantom.
Yeah,
it's like,
they do. Right.
That's like the closest to the best. And I'm like, I think we do like the superheroes, but we like the darker ones or maybe the more grounded ones. I don't think we like the ones that have all the powers in the universe and then still get beaten up by some guy in tights.
That is true. I think that's very Kiwi, right? Because we're so used to different things, and I think that allows us to be, eclectic in our own taste as well. Because if you're liking Tintin and Asterix, and then you're also liking Judge Dredd, you're gonna have a very different kind of like outlook on, on comics, because your tastes are different, and and it's going to allow you to be out here enjoying more than, say, if you just grew up in America and all you saw was Batman and Spider-Man and all that. And then if you're in Europe, you saw their albums, right? They put out graphic novels. They don't have floppies, and you see, which is what Tintin and Asterix are. And Mobius. Yeah. And Gerard, is that what his name was? Gerard?
I think Gerard.
Yeah. And who's also, I mean, like, amazing influence on the whole generation of, European artists, which allowed them to come over. I mean, if you look at stuff like, what's the title of that, man? I can't see the title on that poster.
With the Valerian.
Yeah, Valerian, right? The amazing influence of Valerian on Star Wars, because they hired people from Europe to work on Star Wars, right? And created the Cantina scene, which is a total lift, right? Or you could say a homage from Valerian, right? And and it's just so amazing to see that. And people say, oh, it's homages are new and all this is new. No, this has been around for decades. So one of the, getting back to this thing here with Waterworks, this just finished today, and I'm a backer of this, the trade paperback collection, right? So this just succeeded today, and we're talking about Kickstarter, right? They were after like about 2K US, and they ended up with 6.5K. And so, it's just amazing to see, and this is for, here's the thing. I backed a graphic novel for $5, I think US, which is like about $7, or was it $12 or something? I don't know.
Yeah. Is that the PDF?
Yeah. PDF version of that. Maybe someday I'll be able to get the actual physical thing. But this is so cool. I mean, like, to be able to, whoops, sorry, got that wrong again. To be able to, have your book that you'd never be able to maybe be accepted by the mainstream, or get a hand in your, like a leg or foot in the door of that, because it's all, you got to do superheroes, right? And the two main things, apart from like the later 5 that are down at the bottom, like mid-tier ones, like Image and so on. But if you're not doing superheroes, you're out. And I think that's why I like DC Vertigo, because it allowed non-superhero comics to be out there.
Yeah.
You know, like Constantine, like Swamp Thing, Preacher, and but this sort of support for independent creators is amazing. And then the fact that not only that, but you get, like, I've got Timothy B. Fling on my Facebook, right? I want to actually talk, ask him to do an interview with me about this whole process and how long he's been doing it and all that stuff. But you can buy a graphic novel PDF for about $7, $8 in New Zealand, right? Which is beautiful, because otherwise I would never know who this guy was without Kickstarter. Never know him, having this and stuff like that. And that's why I think it's just a great new world for indie comics. And you're right. It's the comics isn't dying. It's the support for mainstream comics which is destroying it, Marvel and DC, and it's destroying the mainstream, which is actually destroying the comic stores, which we need, because you got your stuff in comic stores, right?
Yeah. Oh, actually, well,
and
in the good old days, you could get them at the corner shop.
Yeah.
They have Judge Dredd and some of the other Mad magazine.
Yeah,
some of the other ones just on the bookstore, in a rack at the dairy. But that's when they could do it on consignment and send it back, so it was no risk.
And that's the thing. There was no risk to the stores. But now, like there's another, like Mark Miller put up another post today on Twitter, which I came across because somebody was talking about it on YouTube. Another 30-year-old store, comic store, is dead, closed for good, right? And did you see the thing about the Glen, this comic store owner who was talking about how people, the writers themselves, are imposing themselves into
that comic book palace guy.
That's it.
Yeah.
So what's happened now, because of all the kickback from the comic pros who are writing shitty books and themselves into the character of those books, there's been a reaction to that, where the comic stores have gotten together in support and they've blacklisted these creators, and they're not going to buy their comics into their stores. So when you go in, hey, have you got this by this? No, we've decided not to have that guy because he shitted on us. It's 5 years, 10 years too late, but it started. And this is the way you're going to learn. Like, if I do a dirty thing, and the way to stop me from things is then you go, well, you know what? This is how I'm going to behave. I'm not going to talk to you. I'm not going to think. I don't like. And this is how that's happened to this. And which is kind of sad to get to the state, because especially the medium I love, I'm surrounded by comics and characters, right? Or from this stuff. And like I said, in the past, I've spent hundreds of thousands of dollars on what I've loved over the last 30 odd years. And you've probably done the same if you really count it.
Well, I've spent a lot just in the last year, actually. All indie stuff.
And you do. You go there and you're like, pile of this. I've seen you do it.
I go to the Auckland shops once or twice a year. So when I'm there, I make sure I grab a few. And the good thing about a physical store is I'll look at comics I've never heard of.
Right.
And I'll open them up and have a quick look. And I'll sometimes do an impulse buy. Whereas, like, you can get every single comic online. You can get everything you want online. But you don't always get a good look at the artwork or a good feel for the book when you can't actually see it. It's like when you used to browse the video shops. You'd go in for one movie and you'd come out with 3 different ones instead.
Right. And that's the joy of it. Like, I mean, that's the thing about like being able to walk into a store, which is why I always say we need the friggin' stores, right? I mean, like, that's why I had my own comic store, because then you could go in and you see things you never even thought of, and and then you find these amazing books there. I mean, like, what's Wellington like with that? Like, what's the situation with comic stores in Wellington?
There's one comic store, Graphic, pretty big, I think, for a comic store. It's got a lot of stuff in it. I get in there once in a while, but I like to have the budget outside of family and mortgage and crap, but it's rough out there.
Yeah. That's why I only go to Auckland a couple of times a year, because I
Yeah.
got to save up for it.
Yeah.
I know I'm going to Gordon House, and I know I'm going to a comic book store.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I
Yeah. And as far as getting the real thing in your hands, even when you're doing your own artwork, you can't even quite see it somehow until it's actually printed out and in your hands, and you kind of appreciate it more.
Yeah.
So, and that way I get comics from the library whenever I can. And,
yeah. I think I've read nearly every comic in Whangarei Library. So.
Alright.
Well, if I haven't read them, I've gotten them out, tried to read them, and taken them back quickly. But I've probably looked at nearly everything.
Yeah.
And when you're saying that it's different when you get them in your hands, so like with my issue 1 and issue 2 of my own comic, I have actually changed the coloring on it.
Mm.
In the first one, I was using the tones, the screen tones, and I did about 20 or 30 test prints. And when I did the covers and stuff, they came out perfect. But the interior pages, they have that moire sort of pattern where it messes with your eyes.
Oh, right.
So,
Yeah.
So if you ever get issue 1 and 2, you'll notice that it's gone from screen tone to grayscale.
Oh,
so
right.
I
So
actually wanted
when you
screen
say,
tone look, but it just messed with the printing, just didn't come out quite nice enough. So,
is it because of the mixture of the inks, or
I think it's the paper.
right.
Because on the back cover, which is cardboard, a thicker cardstock, the screens are printed perfectly. It looks great. But on the paper, where I think it bleeds a wee bit, it's a bit more aid.
that slight bleed is enough to make it muddy looking.
I wanted I didn't want the glossy paper. I wanted the
matte, like the semi.
No, I wanted the old school matte sort of paper where it didn't shine and reflect.
Right.
Because it's like the old Conans and the old 2000 ADs that were mostly black and white.
Right.
Because I was going for a pulpy. It's a pulpy, over the top story. So
I wonder if you just go put a newsprint, like maybe like a higher grade of newsprint, not the actual old school newsprint, but like maybe a bit more higher grade.
I think the newsprint is actually dearer than the paper.
Oh, wow.
It's a weird thing. I think because newsprint has to be done in a bigger order.
Right. So in front of us, what you're seeing here is like New Zealand comics creators. This is where
Jason
Lenny's baby, and like not only that, but like he's a publisher and stuff. So you can see this here. Is it on the bottom? There is on the bottom. And then also you can see issue 1, and I didn't realize issue 2 was already there as well. So you got issue 2 there being at this is Armageddon.
Yeah, I was trying to get it out for Punch, which got cancelled.
Yeah. life in the ways of things. But I mean, I would have loved it. But yeah, by number 4 we should be out, and probably next year 2000. And by the way, Ross, and I'm fingers crossed, we do. If we go and do our year 6, which will be in 2025, I'd love to have you again, and it'll be amazing.
Oh, yeah, cool.
I know I'm humming hard about those things because I don't know. Right now, I'm not cementing any future things now because I'm getting older and my brain is trying to tell me that I need to slow down. I find like with the concussions I've had, the stress levels are getting way weird now.
Right, you got to watch that.
So I don't want to put any cement anything down, but I would love to have you, man, because like and then see my brothers all 4 of his comics come out, and like I'd love to see lots of posters and all the other stuff that you're going to put out with it. And then by not only that, but then I'll have Incredible 1, 2, 3 hopefully by that, and I'll have a whole bunch of my own stuff. And not only that, I'd love to get some of these other guys' stuff from overseas come here in the ending, and also maybe hopefully Jason can come up and show up the New Zealand comic stuff, because and Adrian, it'll be great to do stuff like that with Adrian Kennard from Earth's End.
Yes.
Really making a New Zealand comics freaking year. Because I think it's time we did that up here and just concentrate on New Zealand comics. It'll be You know, if I can say, hey, in 2 years, a year and a half from now, I would love to see a spot in Whangarei where we're just doing New Zealand comics, Plunk present New Zealand comics, you know, and you get to see all this amazing work from New Zealand. It may be a bit of, you know, modern, you know, mainstream and bit of,
You can have a bit of mainstream to drive people.
And also overseas, you know, indie comics, but just to show the amazing work. And maybe some Aussies might want to like send stuff over. And this is something, you know, it's something we need, because we need to show, really show, you know, because like even when you go to Armageddon stuff, unless you know the scene, you're not really going to look at it. All you care about is mainstream, because that's what you used to. Like, you know, you used to like, you know, Transformers, you're used to Batman and all that.
If you're going to Armageddon at the moment, what you care about is anime.
Yeah. Because
it is most of the stands.
Yeah, because anime is killing, not killing, but outstripping financially, and the reason for mainstream comics, and the reason for that is you have one creator like indies, or one artist, or one creator artist like a chain, right? And because you get one voice or two voices, and it's always the writer. You don't have a dozen people telling you what that character should be, which is what is very attractive to me as a reader. I don't want to hear some other writer's interpretation of what Batman is. I want to hear Batman. I want to see Batman.
Well, I heard a writer, and unfortunately I can't remember his name. It wasn't like Neil Gaiman type level of famous, but it was a comic writer, one of the old school ones. And what he said was that the new writers at the moment don't realize that gay or LGBTQ or pan is not a personality trait.
No.
So they think and he's like, it's not. He goes, I wouldn't have given a shit if Han Solo was gay, as long as he was a cool cowboy in outer space.
Right. That's what I love about comics. It's just, it doesn't mean what they do in the bedroom. What I do in the bedroom should not matter to you out there, right? It should not matter to you. What should matter is that character I'm writing and what that character is about. And Naobi Comics played a video, which I don't know which one it is, but he played a video on his channel, and I love that. And I actually, was on that when afterwards and talking about it. How how a female lesbian, I think she was lesbian, talked about how she hates the fact, as a lesbian character writer who was writing, LGBT characters, hates the fact that the mainstream is tokenizing those characters now.
Yeah, actually, saying that, there was a he's on YouTube. There's a black cartoonist. Again, I've gone blank, but he has worked for Marvel and DC. He's gay. He's African American, and he hates when they turn characters gay for no reason.
Yeah.
He's like, it's
fucking tokenism.
He goes, write a new character or get a character where it makes sense. He goes, if you said Batman and Robin were gay, he goes, you could make that make sense. But you can't just grab Conan and go, oh, by the way, he's gay now.
Yeah. But we do have Batman and Superman gay. It's called Apollo and what's his name? Midnighter.
Yeah.
Right?
Yeah. And that's the thing. He made a new character.
Yeah.
Which people knew were based on other characters.
Yeah.
And they didn't care. They liked it.
The Authority.
The Authority is great.
Yeah. And they're looking to make the Authority movie now. And nobody had a problem with it in 2000. 20 years ago, we never had a problem with Authority.
Yeah. And I was reading Authority. I have girlfriends. And two of the main characters being gay, and I thought they were the best characters.
They were.
I didn't care.
Yeah. Authority's amazing.
It was good writing. It was good storytelling. They were interesting. They definitely had personality, because one of them was a very angry man.
Yeah, Midnighter was very over the top, right? He's like unlike Batman at all. Like, he was very aggressive. He'd friggin' he did some. But the joy about that, the original characters written for originality and for a specific purpose. And you had, and if you want to do that, in the mainstream, do it.
I mean,
but create new shit.
I think that was his take on the gay
Yeah.
Batman and Superman, but he thought make new characters to do it.
Yeah.
So why not? If you make a good character, no one cares.
Yeah. At the end of the day, it's like if it's originality, all people care about is originality,
well,
right?
I reckon if you asked a kid that like my son loved Harry Potter, absolutely loved Harry Potter.
Yeah.
He actually read all the books. He's not a big reader. He read all the books. He watched every movie, which drove me crazy. Played half the games and stuff on PC. Loved it. He never once asked if any of the characters were gay or straight or lesbian, or he didn't care. The story was about magic and
it's the creepy,
people
weird
growing
people to
up
do that.
and fighting evil.
Yeah.
You know, kids don't really give a shit about gender. It
Yeah.
seems to just be the adults that are concerned about
Mentally ill.
Just the ones that all they care about is their own beliefs and political sort of push.
But I think it's mental illness is when you go what, and it's not every kid goes like, hey, what if this was this, right? And that's fine, that's all go. But it's a mentally ill who go, what if this was this and this and this and this and this? Hey, now let's have them gay. It's only the adults that way, right? And
I think
I'm sorry.
Ill part,
yeah,
but
I mean, like I don't mean like mentally ill, like in like the serious mentally ill. I just mean that just the derangement that happens when people's thinking process that they can't say, oh, okay, maybe that's too far, you know. And I don't mean that in like sickness. I just mean like in a shallow mentally ill sort of thing. And I think you know, because it's you gotta. I mean, all us kids play around with whatever when we're growing up. We but there comes a time when you put aside that and go, hey, just enjoy what it is and let's have fun with that. And then if we want to create something like that, then we go create something like that. And I like the fact that as creatives, you can go create something like that. But these guys don't think about just creating something like that. They don't want to change everything, which is why mainstream is dying. They want to change everything to their way of thinking. And if you do that, you take away from the joy of it all, right?
Well, a lot of the writers say that I love this character. I grew up with this character.
Yeah.
But I'm going to change him dramatically. It's
Mindy
like, well,
Kaling.
then you don't
Scooby.
love the character.
Yeah, Mindy Kaling, that Indian lady who changed who's that? Into Thelma into an Indian girl. Velma. Who the hell wants that? I don't want that as an Indian person. I want Velma. I don't want your deranged view of Velma. I just want Velma.
Well, again, it was that, like the other writer said, it's your sexuality is not a personality trait, and that's what she made it.
Yeah,
it's like no one actually cared. No one ever. I don't think anyone ever watched Scooby Doo and wondered which ones were straight and which ones were gay. Not as a kid, anyway.
When you're a kid, you're not thinking about that shit. It's like, okay, what's in this? Who's hiding under the mask?
Who's under the mask this week? Because God, your story writers are not creative.
Yeah, it's like, okay, was it the motel owner or the real estate person, or was it a cafe? Was it a chef? Who was it this week? And
Scooby Doo drove me nuts because it was always the same plot, same everything. It just drove me nuts. So I kind of didn't like it at all.
I did not like Scooby Doo growing up.
Right.
After you watch it for about a month, you realize every time it's the same story.
Yeah.
And,
sometimes comic characters have been changed for the better, like Frank Miller doing Batman. What was it called? The big one that sort of changed everything. Dark Knight, which really made him a lot darker and foreboding and things, rather than the camp kind of comics beforehand.
That made sense because you've got an older Batman. He's been through the wars.
Yeah, you'd think
if you're dealing with if you're dealing with the Joker and bloody all those psychos every week,
you're losing your
to break, and you'd start
sidekicks and stuff.
Yeah,
you'd behave that way. I would.
Like, people weren't shocked by that one. It was more like, Well, I guess a few people were shocked if they grew up on 60s Batman.
Yeah.
But
Yeah.
most, like Neil Adams had started bringing them back more seriously.
Yeah.
And then Frank Miller just went to the extreme end.
But I mean, like, it's about growth, right? Or like, and this is something that's not in mainstream comics. There's no growth in it. It's rehashing, rehashing. There's no end in sight because it's what they're, it's like holding on to a dead horse, right? How long do you get just keeping, I mean, like a horse that's kind of dying of thirst, right? You just keep, how much more water can you keep putting into it? It's finally gonna age out, and they don't want to age out these characters. And I think that's why Dark Knight mattered so much, and it's such a what would you say, like a class act in itself, or pedestal. We hold it in like a pedestal thing, because you did get to see and what he was like, what at the end of his day, right? What's he like? And that's why Batman of the Future, was so cool. Why it took off. Here he is, a sage old man at the end of his robes, and now a new person comes in, and that's what they should have done.
And again, that one made sense because Batman is mortal.
Yeah,
he's aging. He's not a superhero from outer space. So eventually he will get too old and he needs to replace himself, and that like it made complete sense.
Yep.
So no one was insulted by it.
Yeah.
No one was like, this is wrong, this is horrible. It was like, no, that practically makes perfect sense. It's the ones where they just do things just because, like making Thor a female.
Right.
For no reason, really. There are lots and lots of gods that are female.
Yeah.
There are even gods of war that are female. But let's change Thor anyway.
Yeah. and that's what it comes down to. Does it make sense? Does it make sense to you that Bobby is now gay? And Iceman. Is it going to matter that Bobby is gay? No. But the fact is you've ruined Jean Grey as well in the process, because you said that Professor S, right? You've told Professor X to tell Xavier to tell Jean Grey to mess with his brain, right? And now he's gay, but we know Bobby to be that way, and this doesn't make sense. You've abused three characters that people love, right? Jean Grey, Xavier, and Iceman. Why don't you just create a new character? It's so freaking easy to create a new character. I do that all the time for every single story I do. That's how easy it is. I mean, like you as a comic creator, you create a whole new comic, right? With and whole new characters and like all the different things that are happening in this amazing book. And and I haven't read for comics for ages, but this one I've read, right? And so and the number one, I'm going to read number two next. So when you can just create, I always think like, what is in these people's heads where they go, this is what I'll do. And I think it's mental illness, right? Because it's like, I can just create it's so easy to create new characters, man. Like, please, just do new characters.
I think it's laziness, actually. I think it's laziness. I think they're using someone else's hard work, being lazy, and then trying to take credit for something new. It's like, you didn't make that character. Just because you tweaked it 10% doesn't mean it's yours. If I changed his underwear to purple, I didn't create him.
Oh, they did. They put him like in jeans, right? Instead of us like.
Was that the 90s one with the mullet and stuff?
No, there was a more recent one with like blue jeans, and then also put in the Wonder Woman in jeans as well, right? And but
they also made Wonder Woman a man in that clip you
sent me.
What? Wonder Man?
I'll find it and show it. But like, I want to just segue for a minute, and like we're talking about horror, like so. I want to like this.
That sounds horror.
So we'll do this while I go find this thing, right? So there's a new movie called The First Omen. So the deal about this is like that's coming up.
The prequel?
Yeah, it's kind of like prequel, but like there's something they said here. I was trying to find out if it's the same scene, like
the lettering's the same.
Whether it's part of that and where does it fit in? Gosh, it said it here somewhere. Create something to fear. somewhere in here it usually tells you what came before or something. I don't know. I can't see it. Can you see it? Oh, here we go. Follows the Omen 1976.
Yeah.
Right. But
Oh,
if it's
so you're making a sequel.
so yeah, so it's set all that way back in the 70s, which is kind of cool. I mean, in a sense, right?
Yeah.
So I'm gonna put this out here, and I'll go look for that other thing while we're watching this. Then we can.
After the night when I wake up, I see what tomorrow brings.
You don't have to be afraid. This child is his way.
Okay, so we didn't get like both of us didn't get to see it because like I was like looking for this thing. But I want to just before we go into bed. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to show you something really cool. This has to do with something Kiwi, like for Kiwis. So is that the one? Tell me it's the one. Let me just make sure because make sure I've got the right one on the screen. So yeah, so hopefully this is the one, right? Share, please be the one. Oh no, not the one, not the baby, not the baby. Why it's not giving me the right one? So this is like the 25th anniversary or the 50th, something like that, of Paul Scoons and our local friend of ours who found, let me get the original Doctor Who.
Yeah.
Right. So this is Neil Lambert, who's a local mate and Q thing. He's the one with the blonde white hair and white beard.
He's Doc Brown.
Doc Brown. And so let's have a look. So this here, 25th anniversary. This goes. Neil Lambert just reminded us this on the 3rd. He reminded me that today is the 25th anniversary of the two of us discovering this lost 16mm film print of the 1965 Doctor Who episode The Line, The Crusade, episode 1 here in Auckland, New Zealand. Look at that. This then became history. I mean, it's already historic, but then became history because, if you see, it's in there, right? It's in the box set and everything and the DVD. And these guys, actually Kiwis who found it. And that when that came across, off my page, I was like so excited because Paul Scoons runs a shop.
Yeah.
Retro Space. Is it Retro Space in Auckland?
Oh, is that the one in Takapuna?
Yeah. If you're ever in Takapuna, right? Let me make sure if I can find it. So Retro Space. I think it's Retro Space. I haven't been to it myself, but I bought stuff from him when he was at in Armageddon and stuff. But
Yeah,
that's it here. So if you ever, I'm going to put this in chat, guys. If you're ever there in Auckland, if you're if you're a Doctor Who fan, it's the first time I got to see a Dalek running around on its own, patrol, and I was so excited because they own it. And I've always wanted them to bring it to, it's a cost of stuff to bring it to Plunge. But I actually have a photo of myself with it. I've shared it often. But Paul, like these two guys, Neil and Paul, kind of like our statements when it comes to New Zealand
sci-fi,
Doctor Who and sci-fi, especially with the shitty way that Doctor Who's going now. it's great to see what the past holds, and it's just watching these guys, celebrate 25th anniversary having found an actual lost 16 millimeter, because as you know, in those days they didn't really think about this things being important. You taped it, you taped over it, you used it, whatever, you threw it out because it got broadcast and that was it, and nobody thought about preservation. And these guys actually found these things, actual episode, and it got used, it got talked about, it became a big thing. And there's many stories like that, of these found episodes that's really, really been a big thing. So I actually interviewed Paul about 2018 when I was doing a radio show, and did a phone interview with them about it, and about his how they got started and everything. But and so you see that passion play out after all these years. So he's a kid finding that, and now he's got his own store and everything as an elder person, and this is kind of like the joy of every, what would we say, like a dream of every young kid. One day I want to have my own store and sell comics and show my, it's like that. And I think, I've done that myself with a comic store, but it's just seeing, all this important stuff that comes out here, what is that? Was it ghouls?
It's critters.
Critters, yeah. So you got critters and stuff.
Critters and the
Little Shop of Horrors.
That's the one.
Yeah.
Audrey.
Yeah.
Mhm.
It's just so cool, you get to, it's good to see all this. Well, that didn't let me do what I wanted to do. I wanted to do somewhere else. So that's, look, they got featured on I Love Tikapuna, right? And so, there aren't even websites saying go, their page is done. Go and, check out this page. But you look at all the, it's like we're talking about anime and stuff. There's Hello Kitty, Funko Pops and all that. It's not just sticking to one thing. And this is what's happening to all comic stores and pop stores. It's like you got to branch out into everything to make it work. This is cool. I've actually got one of these up here somewhere, which is like a Barbie doll version of that, where it's Barbie on her little scooter. But it's so cool to, I'm not sure if he's got one of these. Do you think he's got one of these?
What?
CTP, not CTP.
No,
but he's definitely got one of these. I know that much. And there's your favorite, right?
It's not my favorite.
One of them, because you're evil, dude. Evil dead.
Wouldn't mind a life-sized one sitting in my house.
Do you know they were selling the little? Yeah, they were selling it. I'm not sure what the price of that
Yeah, I
is.
used to have one.
You did,
Well, the ex used to have one.
right? It's good. Yeah. So your Lego and everything and all that. But this is I like to showcase other stores, because that's where if you don't know where they are, how are you going to get there? And I don't know if he's got comics or anything, but
Does
graphic
he have
novels.
horror stuff?
Yeah,
This
he's got
this
Chucky.
is the horror episode, isn't it?
Right. So we're talking about horror, right? So one of the
What a spoof segue that was.
yeah, that's great. So let's get to away from this and let's get back to the Omen, because we were supposed to look at it, but I want to hear your thoughts on this, and I'll turn it down a bit, and we'll talk about this as we watch it, right? So, because this is something goes way back, right, to the 70s and so on. Oops, wrong way. And it's one of the classics, Damien, of course. So, did that music all of it? What's the deal? Yeah.
A couple of photos. I think I've seen the first. I think I've seen 3 of them. I think I've even seen Sam Neill.
Right. Which episode was so?
Sam Neill was the adult Damien.
Really?
Yeah. That's great.
I'm sure. But you look at this one, this is supposed to be like the prequel, but it's after the, but it's kind of after it, the original. So, Yeah, they said it's prequel, but it's like it has to be before the Omen 1976, right?
They said it's a prequel. Well, maybe that's why everything's been shown in reverse.
So we can make a date and go see it. Because like if it's been cinemas. I mean, I haven't seen the original.
I don't mind that there's a prequel to that, to be honest, because the movie The Omen is about the next one being born. So it's not messing with the timeline or anything.
Right.
Because he tries to kill his child.
Right.
Not spoiling the end here, he tries to kill his child, but it doesn't quite work.
So what I want to, I always look at like what else have they done, right? So if you look at this guy here, which kind of like for me personally, I kind of am looking forward to it. Why I would say I'll go see it in the movies, because he's worked on this Legion, which is really good. If you remember Legion, the whole the TV series with Marvel and about I can't remember his name now. Gosh, can you grab me that guy with the long hair?
The long hair.
Yeah, like next to the red head girl. That's the one.
This guy.
Yeah. So so this is like the original, Legion from. It's basically supposed to be like Charles Xavier's son, right? I've put him on another body, but and the multi-personality thing, and it kind of makes me hopeful. So whenever I see a new film come out, and if I look at the directors, his other stuff works. I'm always looking at their other stuff work. So when you look at this dude, Akasha, right, Stevenson, right? So he's written works. He's known for that. So he's also done shorts. He's going to be directing something called The Crowns. But I think this is his first feature film. But of course, you look at all his other work here as well. He works on miniseries and stuff. So this is someone who's cut their chops, right? It's not someone who's just suddenly coming out and doing something, which kind of is good, because you always wonder if somebody's going to take over a franchise, because this will become a franchise, right? I mean, it's already a franchise, but this will become like something new, ongoing. They might put another like a Omen out, because if this succeeds, like they always do, like they did with X, right? When you saw X come out, now X has got three movies, right?
Yeah, so Maxine,
yeah,
X, and Pearl.
And so Pearl came out and did well. And
Farmer's Daughter, take one.
The great thing about these this was filmed in New Zealand.
Yeah, Neil actually from the Doctor Who each report actually knew where half the cinemas and stuff were.
Right. Cinemas or cinemas?
There's a scene where they're in a cinema. He's like, I've been in that cinema, I've been in that projection.
And this one on Pearl.
This one. Because this is like Mark Henderson's first.
Yeah.
Filmed in New Zealand. Used a lot of Kiwi buildings.
And this is during COVID, wasn't it? Or,
I think. Or maybe.
Yeah. But I mean, like, joy for me was realizing the moment they go to the river or the creek, and I realized this is New Zealand. Because it had flags. It was like the moment I saw flags, like, this is New Zealand. And then I went and looked at like, where it's made, locations. I was like, it is New Zealand.
The story can't just change midway through.
Then Ortega, who goes on and does Wednesday, and was very good at it.
There's no telling what he
Then you got the gum trees as well.
My wife is not well. It happens after dark.
So what horror films have you actually seen this year?
A lot, dude.
A lot.
A lot.
What
well,
ones can you remember?
Actually, it's been like 4 days.
What ones
so I
can you
haven't actually seen it.
remember? Okay, what horror films have you seen last year?
Okay, so, gosh.
Did you watch the Australian one?
Okay, you know that one with like with animals? Like there's a fence and like the guy's with a gun and he's going to shoot the animal, like the sheep.
Okay.
It's a Spanish movie. I can't remember it. Man, that sucks.
Was it the one with the Naomi? Is it Lamb or whatever it is?
That's the next one I've got on my list to watch. But it's maybe it's over here. Let me just go through all this history of what I'm looking at. might come across on the bottom. Nope, didn't want to. But that was a good movie. And you know, it was a Spanish movie. Sadly, I can't remember the name of it because I actually spoke about it on here. But the other one I watched was from the director who did The Grandmother, right? So let's pop that up because
Grandmother.
yeah, so it's a series, and I'll be able to find the ones I've watched by looking at his, you know. So this is the next one I watch, which is La Abuela, but Paco Plaza is one guy I'm following, Spanish Rec, right?
Yeah.
The guy from Rec fame. So the most recent Veronica, right? So Veronica was really cool. This is about a teenage girl in 1991, like Payne.
This-
Not really.
Not really.
Have you seen this? So that's Veronica. The great thing about this is set in 1991, right? 30 years ago, and you get to see the world of Spain at the time, you know, the culture. That's what I love about foreign films. It's like learning new things, you know, experiencing their way of storytelling.
I can't see or hear any of it.
Oh, I am sad to hear that, so I'm going to
That's okay. We're watching it.
figure out what happened there. I will go back and do that. Thank you, Neil, for that. I'm sorry, Neil. We're talking Neil. Thank you, Ross, for that.
Ross.
So I'm going to go back. I apologize, my viewers and friends on chat. So let me pop that up again.
Necesito que te tranquilices y me describas lo que estás viendo. ¡Está aquí! ¿Sigues ahí? ¿Hola?
Hey, Rexilliun, come and pop in, man. The invite link is just above you
Era un reflejo de lo que ocurría en la Tierra.
on the chat.
Por eso se creía también
This
que
one.
durante los eclipses la oscuridad reinaba por encima de la luz. Cerrar los ojos.
¿Hay alguien aquí con nosotras? ¿Quieres hablar con alguna de nosotras?
¿Lo has movido tú?
Did you push it? Is that the same one as like? Are we talking about the talk to hand? Or, we'll talk. Look at that. I haven't seen that. I started and I was like,
Very good.
okay.
And it's independent.
Lo que había dicho aquí es muy peligroso.
They have a YouTube channel called Reka. They did crazy stuff.
Quiere hacernos daño. ¿Quién? No lo sé. Tú también notaste algo. Que yo de lo que no te despides se queda contigo. Que yo de lo que no te despides se queda contigo. Pero si estoy yo sola.
No. No estás sola.
So you see the lady with that, with the eyes. So Paco Plaza, who's an amazing Spanish film director when it comes to horror, has also done. All right, let me bring up his little name. Come here, buddy. Right, so Rec was one of his most famous early on. Rec 2, Rec 3 Genesis, kind of, wasn't as good. So it's gone down from 7, 6, and 5 because, franchises, So the other one is This of Death. So this is the one with that lady with the eyes, right? The blind lady. So this is another one. Like I'm saying, if I like a director, I want to find out everything about his, what he's creating. So this was on Netflix. So you can actually watch this on Netflix, right?
Ave María Purísima.
Sin pecado concebida.
Perdóneme, padre, por qué he pecado.
Te escucho.
You hop this over to
Acabo
the
de llegar
side so we
nueva
can
aquí
see
como maestra.
with it.
No sé si estoy preparada.
Cuando escribió ese nombre, Italia.
¿Qué?
Nada.
So the deal about this is that there's this ghost that appears and what's going on, and it's kind of like 1940s. Kind of like that's, I love these stories, kind of like past situations,
Escribe tu nombre.
history.
Estás maldita. No se mueva. Estoy justo detrás de usted.
¿Y si solo vi lo que quería ver?
Churches.
Ya verás como todo irá.
Yes, it's not like it's Italy, yeah. It's like held in such high regard. So.
Well, no. Countries with a lot of religion in it. Different rulers don't really have that.
No, I mean, like for those of you guys who don't know, I actually went to a Catholic boarding school when I was like 9 or 10, and unlike most people, I actually had a good time, but also a really bad time, like got corporal punishment time as well. So I, been around nuns and priests, so so I understand the fact that people, will have a go at that the religion, especially Catholicism, in that way because of its history, right? And its abuses. The other, you were just talking about take my hand. What is it called?
Talk to Me, I think.
Yeah, that's right. So it's Talk to Me. Now, I started watching it and then I stopped because I don't know why, but like I think it's just for me it started slow, and then I thought
it is. It's got a build up. There's no instant.
and I think that's my problem of like expecting something because it showed something else, and then like I was like, okay, this is slow burn. I'm not in the mood today for slow burn. But then some days I will be.
Well, it's just that we're talking about independent comics, and these are independent directors from Australia. They had their own YouTube channel making just take movies, and they come out with a really serious horror. Done really well. So,
The other hand's just out there.
I think they made this for about 5 or 6 million or something. And it's made a lot.
We look at the budget because that's the most important thing when it comes to indies for me. It's like if the indies make a film for about 50 million and they make $500 like Godzilla did, beats Hollywood hands down.
Hollywood is so used to it.
We opened the door, but we didn't shut it.
Delete it, come on!
The spirits, they followed us.
We have to do something. You want to do it again?
This is their first movie, right?
Yeah.
They're not gonna stop.
But they have made hundreds of videos.
I let you in.
I let you in. Didn't make serious.
Imagine like teenager now.
Oh my god.
Right? And this is basically them making like non-serious things and funny and boom. Awesome, man. I'm gonna have to read it.
I have to say, there's a couple of scenes in this movie that the trailer doesn't really do justice to, because there's a couple of scenes in this movie. I've watched a lot of violent films.
Yeah.
And I watched Terrifier 2 and I was laughing at it because it's so violent and silly that
it's
I
over the
thought
top.
it was actually a comedy. Like, and people are like, it's disgusting, it's terrifying. I'm laughing at it. There are scenes in Talk to Me that actually makes me cringe and just go, shit.
Yeah. So when you look at like talking about budget, all right?
Oh, there you go. It's even less.
$90 million of a 4.5. This is American, so it'd be like 5 million or more, Australian. So, but even just in Canada and America, right, it made $30+ million in profit.
Yep.
Now, and then double that worldwide. That's called a success, right? And if I was, if I was these guys, and if I was out there in studios and stuff going, or not Netflix or whoever else, right? If I'm holding a checkbook as a film studio, I'd be going, okay, what do you want next?
Well, the other thing that impressed me with this movie is because it's a horror movie, they didn't really spend any money on, like, I'm not giving anything away here, but there are bugger all special effects in here.
Right.
Like CGI is probably virtually non-existent. I know that there's an animatronic, which you can't tell. No, it's actually an animal.
Right.
So that's very convincingly done. But for a movie that doesn't rely on CGI, doesn't rely on special effects, doesn't have any name actors in it, it's great. I mean, people need to remember that you don't need to have every star in Hollywood in a film, I think, to make a good film. And sometimes it's
better.
To be honest, it's a benefit to not have big actors in it. Because if you have, I don't know, so if Christoph Waltz, imagine having Christoph Waltz in a film. If he's not playing some sort of slimy bad guy, it's probably not right, because people do get typecast. When you've got a set of unknown people in there, you get the benefit of not having any prejudgment on the actors. You don't know which character is going to die. You don't know which character is going to be the main one. You don't know who's expendable. It makes it a bit more interesting.
Right. And
the big names are really to get someone to get people to watch it. Hey, that's the bottom line. It's just they pay the money to get the people to watch it, to bring in the money.
Yeah, but if you want The Rock in it, you got to pay him
$30 million straight up, and there's your budget freaking gone.
And then he's not going to die in the first 5 minutes. Yeah. So there's not much.
And that's it. And
I think because horror movies are kind of like independent comics. Horror movies have always gotten away with being creative, being crazy, doing different things. In fact, they're usually rewarded for it.
Yeah.
I mean, you do get the franchises, but even then, people are like, I'm sick of Jason. I'm sick of Freddy.
Yeah.
I'll watch it anyway just because I have. But they get rewarded for making crazy new films. No one would have thought, well, Sam Raimi made Evil Dead for, I think, $400,000, and most of that was on camera, film and processing and stuff. Like the actors and the set was basically nothing.
Yeah.
But when it came out, nowadays it's been copied so much. But when it came out, the camera work and the crazy acting and all the over-the-top stuff was just bonkers.
I think that...
And he got rewarded for it. He was like, this is so different. People love it. It's great. And that was one of the cheapest films of that year.
But the success of that, it's just like bad taste. It's like, it's all that other stuff. Like, I mean, I wonder when the studio started throwing millions at these creatives that were like, suddenly your daddy gives you like $100 for Christmas.
Yeah.
And it's like, oh, let's go spend on the big price, right? So you go and buy the biggest toy rather than thinking, you know what? With this $100, I can buy 10 different toys for $10 each, and I'll have more. So instead of having more, which the indie horror scene is doing, it's like, oh, I got 4.5 million. Let's do more with that. Let's go and find the best way. Let's buy the cheapest. Let's go to Op Shop and get costumes, right? Let's go get secondhand stuff to create our our or what can we make ourselves, right? Let's get some handyman to come and think, rather than paying like a big prop makers to come and do that. It got away from them, and this is why we see $300 million movies, $400 million movies, and they all die because people don't see the value in the story, because all they see is like how much more CGI, how much more flash. You know, the best thing I liked about Aquaman, right? For me, like I just saw it because you know we were with the kids last night, was there was a scene. There was a scene, right? Because he's got particularly different rights. Okay. There was one scene that I found really interesting, was when they were in this forest, right? At Deep's
underwater forest.
No, not even that. The actual on that island, Deep's End or something like that, and you know, with all that stuff's going up, and so
is this the first or the second
one. Second one.
Yeah, I'm not watching the second one.
So
first one stuff.
So I just felt like, you know, that little bit like popped out to me more, because I'm into you know, plants and you know so on. I've got like vegetables growing out there and all this, and flowers on my balcony, and so I'm into that, looking after that. So it meant more to me, that little bit, than all the, you know, all the amazing technical stuff was going on visually. But those plants just in that little like 5 minutes or 4 minutes, like for me visually was more what's it called, lifting, and you know, rewarding, was more rewarding than all the fight scenes and everything else. But there was another amazing thing about that, was that the brotherhood story, you know, that really mattered, because I had my brother-in-law sitting here, right, and his son next to him, my nephew, and then my other nephew from Aussie was visiting us, and then my brother there next to him. So there was 3 males with 2 other young kids, all 3 of us watching a movie about brotherhood. And it felt like at the end, the way they tied it up was very emotional. And I think for me that mattered more than the entire friggin' movie with all the fighting, because now it was about people. You know, it wasn't about splash. And I think that's what, you know, these movies made by these Aussies and like these horror movies are more interesting by independent creators, because it's talking about people. Something that I heard Vincent D'Onofrio talk about, and you know, like there was an interview done that I saw today. I was half asleep, but I saw this interview. They're talking about thing, and he said, "So, what did you, as an actor, you know, feel like you brought to the thing?" It's like that I read the script and I decided to bring emotion to it. You know, the script didn't have any friggin' emotion. He said, "I wanted to bring emotion to the father-daughter scene. I wanted to bring like, you know, like their relationship to it." So these guys here are writing these scripts, and there's no emotion, no relationship, no humanity to it, because all they think about is fighting, CGI, splash, all that. Like even when I'm writing, right, like I'm always thinking like, how the hell I bring emotion to it, right, to these stories, bring connection to human connection that my reader or even I can connect with. And I find all these $300 million movies, all they're doing is just splash, you know, CGI, you know, and that's why I found like when I watched Aquaman 2, even though a movie I didn't want to watch, but the fact that we were going to, you know, my brother has decided, let's take the kids out to the movies, and he said, yeah, no doubt, let's go. No query about it, because then to come back and go, it was cool to watch it being about brothers, and it was really cool because it just showed the humanity of it all. You know, nothing else mattered for the 90% of it. Just this little bit here mattered more because it had human connection.
CGI human.
No, that wasn't. It was just 2 people talking.
I'm sorry, you can't sell me on it.
Yeah, it was just Orm and, you know, it's Aquaman talking.
I'm old and opinionated.
You know, but
you're not selling me.
No, I'm not trying to sell the movie. I don't even, you know, I even had like when I went out of it, all I thought was like that meant enough for me to watch it, because my brother paid for it. But like out of my own way, I wouldn't have gone to see it, and I wasn't going to see it. But it was a family event for us, us males, and it, you know, it felt really cool.
I mean, I have watched big budget movies and I've enjoyed them. Things like Avatar, I was like, oh, it's okay, but because Avatar has such a simple story, and it was basically cowboys and Indians in space and stealing land. there was not really any emotional connection. I enjoyed it at the time. I don't have any urge to ever rewatch it.
Right.
Ever. I don't care. It had no humanity to it. It had no characters that I cared about. I think that's you can get movies that have a budget, that have special effects, that have humanity to it, and they're far more watchable than just a 3-hour fight scene.
Right. So I'm bringing up something. I wonder if these guys are going to be doing anything else, right? Here's something.
I don't know what they did.
So I've seen this thing. So I didn't realize they were part of this. So let me bring up. This is from like the Talk to Me guys, right? So the Babadook, I saw this, and
they didn't direct it, so I'm not
sure
what they didn't.
So let's see what they did in it. What their part was in it. Camera and electrical department. So they, so they, like you were talking about, like they made all these videos and stuff. So this is like 10-year-old movie, right? So let's have a quick look at this, and then see the and we'll look at the guys who directed this. Let's see if we're showing it.
On the shelf.
If it's in a word or it's in a look,
British.
You can't get rid of the Babadook.
Really?
A rumbling sound.
I thought it was always thought it was British.
Yeah, Australians.
That's when you'll know he's around. You'll see him if you look. Nothing bad's gonna happen, Sam.
Did he think that about my dad before he died?
He sees things as they are, that one.
I promised to protect you if you promised to protect me.
Oh my God. Did he hurt anyone?
The boy has significant behavioral problems.
This monster thing has got to stop, all right? It's just a book. It can't hurt you.
You all right?
Yeah, no, I'm fine.
You don't have to be fine, you know.
Just a bit stressed at the moment.
All children see monsters.
Not like this. I want to report someone stalking me and my child.
You can't get rid of the Babadook.
You can bring me the boy. You can bring me the boy. You can bring me the boy.
What do you want? You're trespassing in my house!
I'm sick, Sam. I need help. It isn't real.
Baba.
Yeah, I don't know what it was like. I always thought like it was like Aussie. I mean, not sorry, UK. But I mean, so 10 years ago that came out, so it's 6.8. I didn't even rate it because I mean, that time I wasn't like using IMDb that much.
Yeah.
So if you look at the budget on this again, right? So it was made for 2 million and made 10 million worldwide.
Yep.
Right. So it's a profit of say 6 million because 2 million, promotional stuff, $1 million, whatever. But they still made profit.
Yep.
And
I think it's still popular, which is the other thing.
Yeah. I mean, slow burn, whatever, but I mean, it paid off in the end. I mean, it did what I wanted. But I want to show you a movie that I went to watch actually at cinemas with Mike, who's one of our friends, who's actually a horror writer. And this is Smile. And the reason I'm bringing this one up, I actually saw a horror movie at the movies. I mean, like at the movies recently, right? So this is going to have it did well. So of course it's going to like have a sequel. So there's a sequel planned for this. But this was an interesting.
My name is Dr. Rose Cotter.
What do you want from me?
Why is it that everybody else who's seen it is dead and you're alive? I've
Very
seen it
original.
too.
That's the thing about it. This one's very original.
You have it. Get away from me! Get away from me!
It's smiling at me. Carl? But not a friendly smile. The worst smile I've ever seen.
I am not gonna keep running.
I have to face it.
Smile. Only in theater and special previews Thursday at 7 p.m. Get tickets now.
It was pretty cool. Seeing it at cinema was pretty cool. We went with two females, older ladies and or middle-aged, right, or whatever, 30, 40-year-olds. Everybody to me is like older or younger. So being half a century, right? But like the cool thing is like, with the writer director, right? So now we've got something like like you can see it's like short film director listing and all that. But now they've talked about bringing that as a doing a part 2. And this is the thing with like something like Hollywood. Whenever something succeeds, they need a second one. And it is what it is, because like they're saying, well, we made money, let's make money again. So you got here, and I think
Does the story make sense for a second one?
That's it. And I don't know if it does for this. I liked it being a standalone, and because it just felt, that's it. Let's end it there, and that's good. So Rexilliun here is saying, like our fellow Kiwi from Wellington, he's saying 10 times the return is effing, fucking good. So, and I think that has to do with Talk to Me.
Yeah.
Right. Because that did really well. And, but that's the other thing. Do now those guys go, oh, hey, studio will push for, if they get up a studio money, the studio will go, do me 2, Talk to Me in 2, because the first one succeed, and now we know we can market it.
They actually could do a sequel to it, because there's an artifact in it, which is the possessed thing. So I guess if someone else gets hold of it, they could do a sequel.
So that makes sense.
But they'd have to get all new characters, because if you haven't seen the film, there's not many left.
Yeah, I think that's what I'm going to watch tonight. So, but that's what it's about, making sense, right? If your characters are making sense, or if they're not, if their story is making sense for a sequel or a prequel. I mean, prequels are okay.
I kind of hope they do a new film. They said they've got more ideas, and that these guys are crazy, bonkers, creative. So hopefully they will do another original film instead.
Yeah.
I mean, I've heard a lot of directors, they'll do the sequel to get their own projects greenlit. If you make me $40 million, we'll let you spend $10 million.
And I've seen the directors talk about that.
Yeah.
Where they've said like, okay, yeah. Oh, who's the guy who did the Tenet?
The Nolan.
Yeah, Nolan. Basically, he was like, oh, yeah, I will do that. And then
I think every time he did a Batman, he
indie film, right? He went and did
his own film too.
Yeah. So because then he could like use that money he's got given to get greenlit to do stuff.
I have made you $300 million. You can be nice to me.
Yeah. Let me make my,
Which makes sense.
That works. Hey guys, I got a bail. I'll catch you later. Good talking.
Yeah, dude, we'll catch up soon.
Okay. See you soon.
Yeah. See you, dude. Thank you.
Yeah.
Let me pop that out. Okay. So talking about Nolan, right? So and I only heard this recently about this from some, I can't remember which podcast it was, and they're talking about it because he's the one who did Aquaman.
I think so.
right? So
seen it.
I know Dunkirk. It had to do with Dunkirk. So they were talking about like he was doing Batman and stuff, and then he got to do Dunkirk. Then he went, I think somewhere along this line here. So you can let me get the right. Yeah. So Dunkirk's the last one. So it had to do around. If you look at the time, right? So he did Man of Steel, then he got to do Interstellar, his own pet project, right? And you was it like this one? It was a Prestige. That's the one I was talking about. So I'm thinking about. So he did Batman Begins, then he goes and does Prestige, then he does Dark Knight, then he does Inception, right? Same thing. You look at him doing all these friggin' original work. So you Man of Steel, Interstellar, Dunkirk, Tenet, right? And then he goes to Oppenheimer, and following Memento, right? All these lesser known projects, but Memento is friggin' one of the amazing films, right? I mean, really, 8.4, and I'm giving it a 10 because, I mean, with Guy Pearce, an Aussie, and of course you see Carrie-Anne Moss for the first time. This is before Matrix, right?
I don't think so.
Or was it after
I think
Matrix?
it's after.
So, I mean, dude, she looked hot. There's no hotter woman in a leather pantsuit than Carrie-Anne Moss ever, and there's no doubt, right? And anybody who's in 2020 years ago who thought she was not hot. Now let me just get to the Matrix. Here we go. So so it was before. So she does that and jumps over and does Memento. And I wonder if did they film Memento in Aussie?
Yeah, I think so. I think it was.
And Memento is freaking crazy.
I mean, Aussie is a lot cheaper to film than a lot of places.
1.6 times.
Yeah.
Right.
I have this condition. A condition? It's my memory. Amnesia.
And you went.
No. It's different from that. Since my injury, I can't make new memories. Everything fades. If we talk for too long, I'll forget how we started. And next time I see you, I'm not going to remember this conversation.
What's the last thing that you do remember?
My wife.
That's sweet.
Dying.
Lenny!
I guess I've already told you about my condition.
Oh, well, only every time I see you.
You don't remember where you've been or what you've just done.
No, I can't make new memories. It's like waking. It's like you just woke up.
When you find this guy, what are you gonna do?
I'll kill him.
Maybe I can help you find him.
Yeah.
Are you sure you want this?
My wife deserves vengeance.
Do not trust her. She's going to use you to protect herself.
I think someone's been trying to
If you haven't seen this
You can
movie,
question everything. You can never know anything for sure.
Teddy, don't believe his lies.
You wander around playing detective. Well, maybe you should start investigating yourself.
Who did this to you?
You did.
I want my life back! Why are you asking me? I can't remember what I've done. I have no short-term memory. Since my injury, I can't make new memories. Everything fades. If we talk for too long, I'll forget how we started. And next time I see you, I'm not going to remember this conversation. I don't even know if I've mentioned before. I've told you this before, haven't I?
So, did they get from an Aussie? Right, so let's go down and have a look at filming locations. The United States, Burbank. Okay, so
California.
Yeah, and I mean this is like 8.4, man. That's like hot, like high up there. And I don't know when I rated it, but I don't know. I don't remember when I watched it, but it's one of I don't normally give a 10.
You don't remember watching Memento?
Yeah, it's been a while. Like, I'm serious. I've watched so many movies.
I know, but a movie about memory.
Yeah, I don't have memory record. Yeah, too many head injuries myself. So, just like him. That's what I was thinking. Like, when he was like, I can't remember shit. And I'm like, yeah, I mentioned a amount of stuff I've forgotten. and the crazy stuff of it. So that's pretty cool. And we've got Rexilliun finally joining
boys.
us. And,
How's it going?
man,
Sorry for the delay.
It's all good. So he's not American, by the way.
He's what?
He's not American. He sounds like a freaking American, but he's not
Canadian?
American. No, he's Kiwi.
It's Kiwi.
From Wellington. So we swap Ross out, who's a Wellingtonian, right, for another Wellingtonian, right?
Yeah, exactly. Here we go.
Cool,
Sub, we subbed me in. How's it going, guys? How's it going, Shane? Nice to meet you.
You notice the accent, right?
Yeah, it's not normal Kiwi.
Like the accent.
I don't know what it is, man. It's an affliction. I don't know what to tell you.
I've got a workmate at work who apparently was raised in England and New Zealand, and he sounds like a bloody Australian.
Oh, that's cruel. That's cruel.
It's chops.
Oh, he's always saying things with an Aussie twang. I'm like, where's that come from?
Yeah, man. How you doing? How's the new year treating you, Rex?
Yeah, man, it's pretty good. I've just put all the kids to bed, so I know it took a little while for me to jump in, but yeah, it's been treating me well. I just saw you guys looking at the Memento trailer, so it's a good time to jump in.
So before we jump into that, I just want to go back, head up like my bros here's comic.
Yes.
So
okay. Yeah. That's what I'm here for. Yeah.
Tell me, have you seen this in Wellington shops? Have you been in a shop in Wellington and saw Wasteland?
I haven't been to a Wellington comic book store in a good while. Probably the last at least 3 months. So the graphic, would it be in graphic?
It was printed in Wellington. I don't know if the Wellington stores have it. I know Christchurch.
So that's number 2.
I know Auckland has it, and I know Christchurch has it. I don't know if Jason Lenny's got hold of it in Wellington.
Yeah, I wonder if you just can go and do what I used to do in the old days. Is like go into like a library and go, hey, or into a comic shop and go, hey, can you bring this in? And they'll go, well, who's it by? It's like, it's by this publisher. Okay. I'll take this number of that. It's like, maybe if it's not in Wellington, maybe that's thought, and then maybe they say, hey, Jason Lenny from New Zealand Comics is putting it out, because that's how we get
or if I say you can buy it from Heroes for Sale.
Well, directly from
yeah, I was gonna say maybe it's time to plug where you can buy it.
Yeah,
Heroes for Sale, or from me at my Make Comics NZ, or on my own art page.
Art of Evans. Yeah, hit him up. He's only got like. Here's the thing. He's only got the last couple left of issue 1.
Issue 1, yeah.
And issue 2 is almost sold out as well. And issue 3 is on the way. And it was supposed to be a 3-issue series, miniseries, but now it's gone to 4, right?
Yeah.
Discussions?
Yeah.
It's in the black one.
Nice.
Yeah. So
I'll have a look at graphic. I love graphic.
So this is number 1, right? So, and the cool thing about it's a really good book. And the other cool thing, because I don't read that much anymore, because I've spent like the last 40 years of my life reading, and now I'm creating. So it's funny
how that works, right?
Yeah. So now this is a fan art by one of our friends' friend, all right, who's done a fan art of his character. This one here, who's the lead character. So you can see, this is how cool it is.
Wow.
3 degrees of separation, or 2 degrees.
I feel like that is sort of like sort of an indicator of success, that people are making fan art of your character. Like they're making their own stuff out of your character.
That's digital.
It's so good. It's digital though. But look at that. It looks like painting, right?
Yeah, it's a digital painting for sure. Awesome. Yeah.
So
that's
I'm gonna
beautiful.
Keep that one back there and keep that one back there, and that's your one. So here's some artwork.
This is part of issue 3.
Look at that.
This is original stuff.
I've
sick.
decided to plan it out at actual full size.
Yeah.
So I can make notes all over it. I can make notes all over it. I can make tweaks. I can put dialogue in there to see how it's going to fit. And if I like a panel, I just have to lightbox it.
Yeah. So
it's all loosely drawn, but
by the way,
that is super tight for a layout. Yeah.
Yeah. And the cool, doing this size, right, for a panel is awesome. friggin' hell.
Yeah.
Because you can put so much into it, and then when you shrink it down, I mean, we know that like comic artists do this page, right, as a whole page and then panels, but you're looking at an entire page, and then when you shrink it down, it looks so detailed, looks so cool.
What size is that, Shane? What size is that? That's A2,
A3.
right?
It's a big
A3.
I think is it bigger than an A3?
It's A3.
Okay.
It's still bigger, yeah. I was going to say it looks like
the American size, so it's actually like the borders are like 10 by 15 or whatever.
Oh, okay. So those are like comic boards, right?
Yeah, 17, whatever it is. I can't remember off the top of my head. So
I got you.
Not to give anything away, but that's the last page of issue 3.
So you know that whole Time to Die is from when?
And this is also the last page of issue 3. So you can see I've kind of traced it, but I've changed one of the panels.
Right.
So I can see what I like and what I don't like.
And this was one by Lightbox. What do you mean by Lightbox for people who don't know?
Lightbox is just tracing your own artwork.
Right. So you basically, what he means is, so you put a light underneath it, right?
Yeah.
So the light box here, and then you put this on top, and then to put this, whoops, original art, I'm going to steal it. And then you put the other one underneath it, and so the light shines on it. Like, let me see if I can see. You can see kind of like that. It's not bright enough, but you can then trace it into what you want and change whatever you want. And I mean, this is what the great thing about traditional art. I always love traditional art. As much as I design digitally and letter digitally.
You can see that the first panel is basically the same, just slightly closer up. But the second panel I changed quite a lot.
Yeah, you sort of split them out. Okay.
Yeah.
Oh no, I see what you mean. Yeah. I'm looking at the gutters now. Yeah.
So that's an example.
Yeah. So instead of like you've got like a huge, kind of like the truck, right? So the truck's huge here on this one, and then you like slimmed it down, and whereas you've made it center more on the female character.
More important.
Yeah, and it looks pretty cool too, because like it's like a more of a close up as it changed the close up, so you can see rather than like kind of like a medium wide shot on her, right? And this is comic writing talk. So rather than a medium wide shot on her, now you've got a close up, medium close up. So where it's like close up would be just this, right? But now you got a medium close up where you're actually showing her with a gun, which kind of like emphasizes the position and like makes it more.
Yeah, it's definitely an improvement from the layout.
It kind of draws more, because more you're not seeing the whole of her, you're seeing the more important part of it.
Here's another page near the end. This one was pretty much, I liked the layout basically how it was. So the only panel I changed was the last one, where I just didn't like the way she was drawn running.
So this one,
yeah. So I changed it.
You've almost done it twice, Shane. I mean, those are so like tight and like.
Well,
the quality is great for layouts.
Those are not actually tight. Those are pretty quick and loose.
Yeah.
Because
hey man, it looks pretty tight from where I'm sitting.
I've been drawing in that style for a long time, so those are quite quick. Like the anatomy was really made up out of my head.
Yeah, and that's the thing about like we've discussed on this podcast on the other ones, how like over time you get quicker and better at it, but you need the skills, right? You need to learn anatomy and all that early on.
Yeah. But I mean, if you don't know anatomy, use reference.
Yeah. So you can see the difference. So she's running with a torch compared to she's running with a gun.
Well, that's the other thing too. Well, the thing is continuity. I realized I'd swapped hands.
Oh, right. Okay. So
from the pages before, she's holding the torch in the other hand. So it's like, shit.
Yeah.
Nice.
And now she's on her left. Now she's on her right. Yeah. So, and here's the thing: you can very cheaply, like, you can buy a light box now, or you can make one.
The cheapest way to do a light box on a sunny day, hold your stuff together and put it up on the window. It's actually a great trick. It works very well.
Yeah.
So a lot of people put off by having to buy things, but nah.
Yeah,
pencil and paper is not that expensive.
And that's why I always say, like, to any young or learning or older person, dude, do 50, if you're all digital, don't go all digital. Always learn traditional pen and paper, because when you go to a convention, when a kid rocks up to you and goes, hey, draw me this, and you can't because all you've done is traditional, it's kind of a bad place to be at, really, seriously, because you're going to lose this kid to learning, because
there's pluses and minuses for both. I mean, the plus with digital is the undo button.
Yeah,
you can
undo
definitely undo stuff.
That's a big one. That's a big one.
You can trace real easy, which is kind of not good, because some people trace without learning. They don't think about how the anatomy is done,
right?
But they'll literally just trace with their brain switched off. But the plus side for traditional is, if you have someone that likes your artwork, you can probably make as much money afterwards selling the originals as you can actually selling your comic.
Yeah, and I've said it to many upcomers. You do your traditional and digitize the freaking rest of it. Do 100 limited copies and sell that as a poster or whatever. Because look, not anybody can spend $1,000 on your favorite, on that one-off artwork. But I can spend $10.
But you could also do my full-page sketch digital quite easy, because, like I said, the A3s that I showed you, because I was just doing it as a plan for the page, I didn't actually put that much effort into them. So they were actually really quick. They were quicker than drawing on a tablet.
Yeah.
So once you get that, you could scan that in and then tidy it up quite easily. I'm just going to show you the my concept for the cover.
Yeah.
So
this
will be the front, and this will be the back. It's going to be a wraparound, and it's from a movie series that I quite like. So people might be able to work out that reference quite easily.
Yeah, I think I could take a guess.
I'm not there, so can you tell me?
I'm guessing it's Aliens.
Yep.
3.
Really?
There you go.
Yeah. So then I've done this,
and that's what that makes sense now. The bitch, at the last page.
Yeah. And so I've done this one traditional. So this is pen, pencils, ink, with a white paint, colored paper.
Wow.
Yeah. So this paper's got like texture to it.
So the paper's doing most of the skin tones.
Yeah.
So that's good.
But that's beautiful.
But this is literally just markers and colored pencil and a wee bit of paint.
That's so impressive, man.
So how much are you selling that for, by the way?
Incredible.
No idea yet.
Let me know. I want it.
Well, wait till it's been printed and scanned first. Eh?
Yeah. But like, I do want to. I do have a lot of his work, because like I said, I love his work. I've loved his work since I.
Got me to do your covers.
No, Punisher. When you did Punisher, 2014. Shit, that's 10 years ago.
Yeah, that's a long time ago.
Yeah, that's when we met up in a comic shop, and I don't know how that happened, because like out of the blue, and we've been close friends ever since, as far as I consider my best friend, right? Ever since, for decades. Yeah, whatever. But I mean, top 2. All right, there's Jason and there's Shane.
Top 10.
Yeah.
I only have 10 friends. That's shit.
But I do have a lot of his work, and I'll show you some. By the way, if you just step back, I have them framed and stuff. And not only because I only show, I only show, and I do owe him a bit of money, but I've always given him other stuff for work, and that's why I always show off the skateboard. But this is something.
Oh Jesus, that's when I was doing the robots way back in the old days.
Yeah.
Hey, that's pretty slick.
2015, I got this done, because this is when I was in hardcore into
that's
Punisher.
That's dyes.
Yeah.
That's watercolored dyes.
Original. I commissioned this one, by the way. And I don't know what the situation is, but if I probably owe him $50 at the moment for that. But probably hundreds. But here's robot
Red Dot.
Red Dot. which we're gonna do something with like soon. But red dot's been like one of our like
I
main.
actually still like that picture.
Oh, I love it. But like so he did that. Then I would go and put in the icons and logos and all that stuff. Now, one of the great, like you're talking about tracing, right? Which is why I popped this photo up. So me, I am not a illustrator, but I used to be.
Well, see, I'm tracing my own artwork, so
Yeah.
I don't count that as cheating.
Yeah. So when I was like in '94, right, when I got into art school, my first year of art school, right, I actually had an accident where on a dance floor. I was drunk and fell back on glass. So my right hand, my dominant hand, which would like seriously was very, I would class myself as a very, say, medium plus illustrator, right? I could draw you this very, very well. Sorry, it's the backside of him, of Wolverine. Like earlier on, I would.
You'd probably make a lot of money drawing that.
Yeah, and I used to do like A2 size Wolverine with shades, and I would paint it. Right, this is how good I was at that. And so once I had that, I just went for 3 months. I just lost interest in drawing. It was just like it just went out of my head, and I just couldn't get back into it. I used to do Iron Maiden, right? I used to do really good Iron Maiden and illustrations, all that, and I was really good at it. Shadowing, perfect, like serious, like freaking good. I would like class myself. That's what got me into art school, by just showing my work, like sketches and stuff. However, now as a writer, I get to work with amazing creatives and illustrators like Shane and like so many others. And so what I do is I find pencils or blue ink and images out there of other characters, CGI positions, and then I will go and do this. I will go and change it around, give my own creativity into it. I'll put the logos how I want it. I'll change the design, and then I'll offer that up to the artist and go, "This is what I want to look like," and so on. So this is one of our creations from my creation from a series I'm calling the Blackbirds, and this is Blackbird herself. It's the thing is, like, there's Blackbird and there's Magpie, and there's a Blackbird in the world that has those colors: yellow, red, and orange, yellow, orange, and black. And then you have another one. Let me see if I can find, which is called and that's traced, by the way. That's the importance of what I'm trying to show there. It's traced. Right. And then I've imposed my own little thing onto it, same as I've done here. Right? I've taken this character and someone else has done the pencil work, but I've gone in and put Magpie logo. I've designed the logo itself. I've done the icon on it, so that each side you can see that.
But you're just using it as a character sheet, aren't you? You're not saying this is original artwork and I do this and I'm great.
Yeah, because someone amazing was done. Yeah. So something, concept, right? Yeah, design work. So you can see here what Magpie would look in different positions, so that if I give it to Shane, I go, "Hey Shane, this is what he looks like." Yeah. You get an idea without me going, "Oh, dude, like, what did you mean by this here? What do you mean by that?" I go, "This is what when he stands this way, this is the orange way on his, like here, right on his side. When he's there, whoops, give me this one here. So when you see this, right, you see what he's going to look like that way, and you're going to see there's an M on his, on the black cape, and you're going to see how, when he's moving, what it's going to look like, and then I do a close up, right, of the claws, like what he's wearing. And by the way, this is something I actually wear on my hand all the time, a glove, because of my injuries and whatever. And so and then I designed the Magpie on the logo and stuff, the helmet. But these are not my original drawings, and because that's the joy of having an artist visualize and add their own thing to it. And a lot of times people, when they poo-poo art, like comic artists, I just get pissed off at that, because I know what they.
I think that's quite common as like a concept art technique. Like you look at Weta, they'll photo bash stuff together, particularly sort of earlier on in sort of their kind of design phase. But as long as this isn't ending up on the page or the movie screen or whatever. I think it's completely fine. You know, I'm guessing you would give that to an artist, and then he would do like a character sheet, and then So that's fine. You know, no
because I'm not trying to own it. Yeah, I'm not trying to own it, you know. But you look at all the like what you can do with that when you do that. Like I was just looking at this. I hadn't seen this, looked at this for about a year or two since I created it. But like you know, you look at how you can mess with it because you can see the position of the original artist of the anatomy, right, of how the leg space, and I can show how this moves over here and goes up there on the side, and you can go turn around here. Now, if I wasn't, you know, if I was just someone who didn't do this, I would have a real hard trouble of trying to describe, you know, I'd be like doing like usually what I do is, you know, like on paper, I was like, I would suck at it now because I haven't spent 20 years since I had my injury on it. It's actually been 20 years, 24. Yeah. You know, 20 years of not actually illustrating, you know, and, but like having amazing illustrators out there. I mean, those poses are friggin' amazing. You look at that middle pose at the top there, just under the magpie logo, friggin' hell. That's a classic, amazing pose, like this one here. You know, look at the like, what is that called? Depth of field, where the backhand is smaller than the front, and then even here, the back leg here, like the right, left leg is like the position. It's great anatomy, man. You know, the way you guys.
Sorry to interject. Do you usually do that, Aru, when you're obviously mainly a writer now? Do you? Are you kind of creating sort of the main design of the characters all the time, or do you sort of leave that to the artist?
No. I want to own 100% of what my character is going to look like. So I'll show you some other stuff.
Gotcha.
Now, when it comes to my there's certain things I don't do that with. Not every, like the Robot Nation comic that we've got out now. So I'll show you this one here. So I don't. With let's say this here, right? I don't let me just pop it up. So I don't do that with Robot Nation because Robot Nation is a partnership, kind of like a partnership between me and Francisco, who's an Italian artist, and I know his work. So I just tell him, you know, sometimes I'll send him photos of people and I'll say, this is kind of like, this is the character. You know, so you can see here, right? You know, this, especially here. Right, I'll just go this, and he'll do the rest. I'm not going to impose on him what he wants to do, but I'll also say it's New Zealand, and I'll go give images to him and say these are the images I want in the background, right? Nikau and all that stuff, and like so it looks like New Zealand. Otherwise, what's the point of placing a story in New Zealand if I doesn't see that? However, if I go and do something like that is that one. So if I go and do come back here, come down. Okay. Bobo. So if I go and give him Bobo, right, which is a pencils. So which is a sci-fi story set in the future in space. So I let him, you know, I'll tell him a couple things, but I don't, you know, like I'll say, oh, I want this and I want this and I want this, but I won't impose on him how that thing looks. I'll just, you know. And it's a choice, right? It's a choice. Sometimes I will, sometimes I won't, depending on how I feel it should be to the story. You know, like you've got here, it's a spaceship. You can close up, and I go, "This is what it is," and you know, and he'll have a go at it and give me, you know, something like like what I'm asking for. But I won't, you know, I'm not gonna like push that on him because, to be honest, he's a good artist in that sense. And plus, this isn't something that I'm trying to control because we're doing a lot of unique little stories, you know, vignettes of stories. So I'll go, I want to use this on letters, you know, like letters on the wings. I want to represent New Zealand. So I will go in and say, hey, you know what? Let me just find the right one. That one. So, you know, like here, you'll see NXX, you know, NZX, you know, and stuff like that. But I didn't tell him how this is what it should look like, the spaceship. I wanted him to do, you know, bring his imagination to his characters. I would say, like, so this one here, he blew this, you know, this whole area out of the park because, you know, I just said like it was like a landing, you know, platform for with all these things chatted about. But then he goes and does this. Sorry, but you can't see it, but it's hiding behind the friggin' that's why he's going around it, because it's hiding behind the camera stand. But like, the joy is like, this is like my if you really want to say what it was like, I mean, if you want to ask me what it's about, it's like, it's my Judge Dredd 2080 love, right, for comics. This is where it comes into. It's like kind of like not a tribute, but like that in my head, and from my 80s kid, going into space, I take this little boy here, into space with his parents and all that stuff, and it's the joy of that. And so, but then I do something very different as well, which is if I'm doing something, let me find the right one here, because there's so many.
Let me ask Shane. I mean, we started sort of talking about kind of character design and the sort of design phase. How do you sort of approach kind of coming up with your characters? Is it? I mean, that's a very that's always a hard question to ask. Where do your ideas come from? But take me through a little bit about your process, and sort of, is there sort of a kind of an approach that you have, or is it very sort of natural? You're waiting to be inspired. Just sort of go into that a little bit.
For the Wasteland characters, it was quite natural, because whenever I'm bored, I sit down and draw people in my sketchbook. One of the major things I draw is character faces or heads. I don't really sit around drawing scenery or like bowls of fruit or anything. If I'm bored, I normally draw a cartoon head or a cartoon character. And there were several characters in my sketchbook that I just keep going back to. Right. I just like the look of. And I literally went, this guy would make a good villain. This guy would make a good hero. And
so you'd kind of made this sort of cast sort of inadvertently, and then you connect the dots.
I've got casts for a sort of space opera too that I've done on and off for about 5 or 6 years. I seem to have a couple of characters that just keep popping back up. So the Dodge character and the villain, they kind of just keep popping up in different forms. And then I figured I like drawing these two, so these two would make good characters for a certain book. I've got another character that I don't have the sketchbooks with me, but there's a character with a kind of an Elvis haircut, and he's got a big chin, like a big goofy over the top chin. And I always imagine him being in a cheesy space comic.
Is it kind of like that one from Family Guy? Who's got like a...
Pretty much, yeah. But I've been drawing them on and off for about 20 years. So I've got this kind of sci-fi character that I might do after I finish these 4.
Awesome. Can't wait. Yeah.
So there might be a one-off.
Okay. That's interesting. So because that's interesting. I've never heard someone sort of do it that way. What would you say sort of makes the so you're in your spare time, you're conceptualizing these characters, and then after they're sort of made, then you kind of go, hey, this one's interesting. Is there anything that kind of what makes them pop or sort of stand in your mind as sort of something that you utilize later on in a story?
To be honest, I don't know. It's just some of them when you flick through your sketchbooks, you go back to them again and again. Because a lot of the time you look at your old art and you go, Jesus, that's shit. Even if it's not, but then you flick through it and you'll find something and go, I like that one. And then you'll go, I've got like 20 years worth of sketchbooks. I'll find another sketchbook that's 2 years newer and it will have the same character. And then I'll find another one that's got a similar looking character. It's like, and then I like the space guy. I've even found ones where I was writing down different names for him and coming up with his teammates. Yeah. So for whatever reason, I must have been watching some cheesy sci-fi or whatever. And I started thinking about that one. But I went with the Wastelands first because I grew up on Mad Max and post-apocalyptic movies. Yeah. So that story came into my head a lot quicker.
And that's what happens, right? That's why I was like, I'm doing this friggin' Robot Nation series because of 2000 AD. If I'm being honest, it's Star Trek and 2000 AD, right? And what I was thinking, like when you said about like, oh, I didn't like that because and all that, but that's something that artists always go through. It's like, and then you go, somebody goes, oh, I love that, and you go, oh, really? And by the way, Rexilliun's also an artist and comic artist.
I was starting to wonder that because I was about to.
Oh, I haven't released anything. I'm working on stuff. I'm working on stuff. I'm in the dungeon. I'm in the dungeon.
You got to start. That's all you got to do.
I've wanted to do comics for like 30 years, and I have done murals. I've painted cars. I've painted tons of commissions. I've done book covers. I've done children's books.
And I have some of those comics.
I've done covers for other people's comics.
Before I met them.
And I've never done a single comic.
Yeah.
And I thought...
Until now.
Screw it. Just do one. And the feeling of getting it done is amazing. I don't care if it sold 10 copies or 5 copies, but I got it done.
Wow.
And luckily... it's selling okay too.
Well, it's sold out.
The first one's sold out. The second one's more than half sold.
Yeah, and he's self-published.
And it's self-published, so I get full control.
Yeah.
Nice.
It's not that much. If you like, I have a normal job, so all I have to do is save up for a couple of months and
do a couple of jobs for me and
pay for it myself. I don't have to worry about anything else. Which is one of the reasons it's in black and white. So
that's interesting because I remember you were on with a mate of yours and we're talking about sort of color versus black and white and sort of the cost point, the price point, what have you. I mean, talk a little bit about that sort of. I mean, if expenses weren't an issue, would you have it in color or do you prefer sort of things in black and white?
I don't know because I grew up on 2000 AD Conan. I loved Conan. I liked some of the old Punisher black and whites.
Mm-hmm.
So I don't actually have anything against black and white art. There's a lot of black and white artists that I love, and I wouldn't want to see their work in color.
Sure,
especially Conan stuff, that friggin' old stuff.
So I am in both camps. If I decided, like I said, I might do a space one in the future. For that character, I think that needs to be bright and colorful. I think it almost needs to be
for the space one.
Yeah, the space character I think needs to be.
Do you have any samples?
Even more simplified. I think I need to make it look like an animated cartoon.
Okay.
I think I need to make it bright and colorful because my ideas are very goofy and very cheesy, so it needs to be lighthearted, and I think the color would add to that.
And here's a guy who loves horror is going light and goofy.
Yeah, it might still have some violence in it there.
But that's also the thing. Like I'm watching anime, like comedy.
Yeah.
Yet I'm writing serious shit because, it's like metalheads listen to classical music.
Yeah.
Because it's like you can't just eat the same food all the time because you get sick of it and you're going to spew. So you choose something else. And I think that's the same thing. And that's the difference between indie creators and the mainstream. It's like we're not eating the same political shit.
But even in movies, there's certain movies that will use comedy. Like they deliberately put comedy into Evil Dead 2.
Yeah.
Like they did it deliberately, but they said sometimes you lull people, you mellow them down, you make them laugh a bit, and the next minute you have something jump out and scare the shit out of them.
Because that's those little quiet moments.
Yeah,
it's gonna make it work when you do the hardcore.
It's funny you talking about that. I was watching a video on YouTube like a couple of weeks back about Korean horror movies. I'm not a big Korean buff, but like they were talking about how sort of like the first sort of the starting act of a lot of these Korean horror movies almost sort of starts off as like kind of like a light comedy, and then something sort of catastrophic horror. You think of Parasite. I know that's not a horror.
I haven't seen it yet. Don't spoil it.
Oh, okay. Well, I won't spoil it, but if you've seen Parasite, you know what I'm talking about. It's sort of set up like this sort of kind of fun, like heist, like, they're in the house, hey, and then smash, something happens, and it's like, the tone completely changes, It's very jarring for the audience, you know. So that sort of, you know, like you said, you lull people into sort of a false sense of security, and then you hit them with something sort of just absolutely kind of macabre and jarring, and it's just, you know.
Yeah. And you can do it really deliberately too. Like the old RoboCop, the 87, 86 RoboCop.
Yeah. Is it the one from Time to Die? Which is like the like at the end of like issue 3 or 4, right?
I
Whatever.
can't remember. It's from something.
Wake up! Time to Die. That's from Blade Runner. Blade Runner. It's freaking from Blade Runner. I was like, I knew it was from somewhere, right? Like seriously, like.
But even Blade Runner, a serious movie, has light moments in it. There are little bits where they just talk normally and lighten it up a bit.
Yeah.
But like RoboCop is one of the prime examples of he's using the comedy.
Yeah. Frank Miller.
To like drive home the point that this place is messed up. He's got all these comedy moments in a really violent film. And he's kind of making he's like that's RoboCop has got a lot more
meat to it
than it looks from the outside. It's like, oh, it's just this guy is a robot, big deal. But there's a lot of stuff making fun of the because back in the 80s when it was made, it was all
anti-establishment.
It was all commercial. It was greed is good. It was all
I can buy that for a dollar.
Yeah. So he's really ripping on the times when it was made.
Yeah, Frank was really good in that. And here's the thing: I don't think I've ever read the comic book to RoboCop, but that movie, you know, that whole series was amazing. I mean, like
I have a RoboCop comic, and it is way darker than the film. But it's not the first one. It's like
that film. I'm not a big RoboCop buff, but that film I feel like struggled to sort of get like approved. Wasn't there a couple of scenes where it was like the censors were like we can't put this out, you know?
I mean, I watch a lot of horror films, and I watched that not too long ago, and it is still very graphic. In the first couple of scenes, his hand gets shot off.
Right.
He gets shot in the head. And you're thinking, okay, they're not going to show it. No, they show everything.
True. You're right. Yeah, that scene. That scene where he sort of before he becomes RoboCop. That scene and the I don't know what you'd call it. The guy who falls into the toxic waste.
Yeah.
And then he ends up. Yeah, those stick with me all the time.
Like it feels like it's like something that I've seen from the robot Batman, where somebody falls in acid.
Well,
Two-Face.
That's the Joker's origin,
right?
Yeah.
So like it's basically I was just thinking like it's kind of similar. Yeah. But yeah, man, I'm like it's then you can see why did RoboCop come before The Dark Knight?
Probably. Oh, very similar. Maybe after.
Yeah.
Maybe after. I'm not sure.
RoboCop was what? I mean, early 80s? Early 80s? I feel like Dark Knight came out like mid to late 80s. I could be wrong. I could be very, very wrong.
RoboCop's 86.
87.
That was sort of the period, right? The 80s were sort of kind of action.
The 80s.
I mean, going back to what you were saying, Shane, the dark and goofy can work. I think it's pretty human. I think humans sort of operate that way. If they're in sort of even if you're in war, I think war is probably the most sort of dark, kind of depressing, violent scenario there. You think of war movies, there's always sort of a string of sort of very kind of stoic humor throughout those films,
I think it's like a coping mechanism. You need it.
Right.
I mean, if you took everything that serious, like if you were in an actual horror movie and you took everything seriously, you'd probably be dead in 10 minutes.
Yeah. And this is what
or insane.
That's why we laugh at people who do stupid things or behave stupidly in horror. So I mean, I've talked about this, and he freaked out about one time about like where I nearly got killed, nearly got murdered, right? We're just talking, something I just said like this, and I nearly got murdered, and how I behaved in that moment, right? When I had a guy towering over me and holding my hand, like like all I could think of was defending myself against a guy. All he thought was like, I'm gonna kill this dude, and all I could think was like, I need to talk this guy down, and all I was doing was, talking this guy down with trying to protect my face. All I could think was, if he hit me in my head and I'm knocked out, I'm dead, because then I'm limp. I'm not going to be able to fight back. And that's why we laugh at horror movies when people behave against that, right? They're like, and that's what I think, doesn't make sense in horror movies when you behave against your own better judgment, and it's, we're looking at Dark Knight. Number 1 came in 86. So I was looking at like when, let me find the RoboCop when that came out. Comic, but like the comic, right? So with
well, I guess like a lot of the sort of the when I think of bad sort of horror kind of movies and think laughing at things, it's like slasher films, right? And half of it is like setting up the characters so they die in the most gruesome way, and half the time the way that they are set up is someone has to do something stupid. They hear some sort of weird noise in the woods, and someone goes, "Oh, I better check it out." It's like no one's going to do that. You're going to get in your car and drive away, or zip up your tent and get in your sleeping bag and hope for the best.
Right. So 12 years later, RoboCop came out. Right. So
when did the film come out? 1980.
Yeah, it was 86, 87, right? But it's really weird. Like, how does that? It's like 90. It doesn't make sense. Am I in the wrong thing here?
No, the comics came after.
Oh, right. So the movie came first, but it was written by
Frank Miller did the second one, and he may have had some input in the first one.
Okay, I didn't know he had anything to do with this.
Here's where I'm wrong, right?
Yeah.
So I always thought that he had done the friggin' first thing.
No, he did the second one.
Right. So it's actually not his property.
No.
I always thought it was Frank Miller's property, but I'm wrong. I've been corrected, and I've learned something new. Right. So it's by Edward Newmere and Michael Miner. Right. So they're the ones who created RoboCop. And Paul.
Well, how does I guess the studio would own it, right? Like, I guess it's not that necessarily the script writers. They would sell the rights to the studio. Is that how it would work?
Yeah. So
Paul Verhoeven was awesome for a while.
Yeah. So he did Hollow Man. Let me have a look at the more.
Dude, Hollow Man. I know it's not
Instinct.
aged great, but Hollow Man was horrifying.
Yeah. So he was doing good shit, and then I don't know what happened. Somewhere
he made Showgirls.
Right, and that's what
yeah.
His budgets got cut after that.
Yeah.
Dang,
he still made a lot of movies after that, but his budgets went down.
Yeah.
His guaranteed box office was was ruined.
But it cracks me up because I always thought it was RoboCop was Frank Miller's conception.
The second one's Frank Miller's, and the second one is actually more bonkers than the first one, but it's just not as violent.
I don't think I've seen anything other than the first one. I don't think
the second one has a 10-year-old drug dealing crime boss that can't be arrested because he's underage. So it's a very sarcastic take on like the justice system and stuff.
Yeah.
It
kind of works now because like people
they try and make another RoboCop, so they need someone that's very dedicated and very focused. So they put a criminal's brain in his. So
right. Oh my goodness gracious!
Crazy movie.
Yeah.
Have you guys seen that Key and Peele sketch where it's like I forgot what it's called, but it's like it's like the sequel consultant. So it's like the sketch is like a sort of a boardroom where they're coming up with the script for Gremlins 2. You got it's probably like 2 minutes long. If you
I got you.
But it's so good because it's like in the 80s and 90s. It was like this is pretty accurate.
Okay, so I'm wondering if this is it. let's see, because I love Key and Peele, right, when they were doing the sketch thing.
Jordan Peele is sort of a very kind of, okay, this is like a compilation. I'll see if I can find it. It'll be in there. Hang on, just keep going.
What does it look like?
They're in a boardroom. There you go. That's it. There. Yeah. There you go.
All right, this is what you want, but you can have only one.
I think this one is Will Smith's son. So it's the next one.
Yeah, but I mean, he can't have both.
What'd I say about science fiction, Clyde? It's a no.
I think I've gone too far. Hold on.
Okay, we'll pass.
You need to go forward a little bit. No, forward.
Dad bless you.
Thanks. Okay, guys.
No, that's back with you. Yeah. So that's the sketch.
I'm telling you, this movie.
You just need to go to the beginning. Yeah.
First one was a classic. This should be pretty straightforward. Basically, okay, we'll pass.
I think I was on the right track.
Dad bless you.
Thanks. Okay, guys.
There we go.
Gremlins 2. I'm telling you, this movie should write itself. First one was a classic. This should be pretty straightforward. Basically, all we're doing is maintaining the integrity of the original picture. We want to do all the stuff with the water and the... Can we help you?
I'm sorry. Let me introduce myself. Hi, y'all. My name is Star Magic Jackson Jr. I'm the Hollywood sequel doctor. So studio just brings me in to oversee things when they're about to drop a deuce. So that's why I'm here, but don't mind me. I'm just going to be over here. Y'all do your thing. It's your movie.
Okay. Let's brainstorm. Adam.
If it's going to take place in an office building, I was thinking, what if Gizmo gets wet from a water cooler this time?
Okay, hold on a second. I'm sorry, I'm gonna have to step in here just one second. So what's wrong with y'all? Y'all looking like a bunch of sad sacks. This is G2, people. We're writing Gremlins 2. It should be a party with pizza and anchovies, pineapple. Just come on, lift up the spirits. Look, okay, I'm gonna put a little bit of spice into the mixture here. What if we did this? Everybody here gets to design their own gremlin.
I don't see that the gremlin design is broken.
It's called brainstorming, not brain drizzling, sweet pea. Okay? Shut your mouth for a second. Look, here's the thing. None of this is final.
So you mean like, what if there was like a brainy gremlin?
A brainy gremlin.
You talking about a gremlin with glasses who could talk and sing New York, New York? That's the movie done.
Whoa, you said that nothing was final.
That was before I heard the words brainy and gremlin in the same sentence together. It's done. I love it. It's in the movie next.
Yeah.
What about a spider gremlin?
You mean a gremlin with 8 legs and a thorax just catching pretty ladies in a web in an office building? Oh my God, it's in the movie. I love it. Next.
What about a bat gremlin?
You mean a gremlin with leathery wings just flying around, flip-flopping, bust through a wall, make a perfect bat symbol in the wall, get outside, getting some wet concrete, jump
I haven't seen this for decades.
Gargoyle gremlin. We are cooking with gas now. I love it. It's in the movie next.
Could there be a female gremlin?
Lipstick, boobies, bitch, you have me and little gremlin for JJ. I love it so much that it's not only in the movie, but it's definitely in the movie. There's no backsies on that one, no penny taxis. Yes, in the movie. Done. That's why we need a woman in the writer's room. Next.
I don't know. A googly-eyed gremlin?
But you do know, because you talking about a gremlin whose sole purpose in this film is just that he looks stupid as yes, it can be in the movie, and it is in the movie. Done. Next. What about you, Silver Fox?
Oh, electricity gremlin?
You just sit down and gremlin like you playing Mad Libs. You just like a child. You have the brain of a child. You do not have a high IQ, but you haphazardly came up with a gremlin that's just made out of bolts that is zigzagging all over the room and is done completely in animation. You a crazy person, and your idea's in the movie. Done. Next.
Can we put the Hulkster in it?
What?
Was he in it as well?
Yeah.
You talking about putting Hulk Hogan, professional wrestler, turned actor, turned cultural icon in the movie where he break the fourth wall of the movie he's in by talking to the audience. You, sir, are a raging psychopath. Don't let this town take that away from you. That's it. I don't even care anymore. We got the Hulkster in this bitch, so it's done. I don't have any more time. So let me just recap right now. It's Brainy Gremlin, Spider Gremlin, Bat Gremlin, Lady Gremlin, Googly Eye Gremlin, Electricity Gremlin, Hulk Hogan's gonna be in the picture. I'm gonna throw in a gremlin myself. Vegetable Gremlin, just write it up. I'm having so much fun, thank you. It's all gonna be in the actual film. Now I gotta go put some Cowboys and Back to the Future 3. Sayonara, y'all.
That is funny, but I actually still like Gremlins too.
Real. I didn't.
Oh man.
And the dumbass electricity gremlin.
I haven't.
The way they end the film.
I haven't. To be honest, I don't think I've seen it since like I first saw it on VHS then, and I don't. And then the fact he's naming all those, I'm like, I remember them now.
Yeah.
I didn't like. I've got a Gremlin plushie there somewhere, and it was like the green thing, but that's crazy. And I've always wanted.
That was sort of like the sequels in the 80s and 90s, right? They were just like, forget less is more.
Now, right?
More is more. Just chuck it in. Scale it up. Bigger.
What if Thor is
crazier.
female now, right? What if Iceman is gay now? What is Sentry, if we do a live action Sentry with Stephen Ewan, who is Korean now,
Apparently he's out. Out.
Yeah, I'm glad about that because
that's basically the sequel ideas for Fast and Furious.
Yeah.
And more actors.
Yeah.
I haven't watched a Fast and Furious movie since like 2. Or like maybe Tokyo Drift. But I recently saw some clips from 10 with John Cena, and I was like, what is happening? This guy's got like a rocket car. He's like launching himself up like with the rocket. Oh my goodness.
Let's go to space now.
It's an abomination now.
You know what the next one will be though, Rex? They meet aliens. They have to meet aliens because they went into space last time. So
do you think they're gonna go there? Do you think they're gonna go there?
Oh, robots! They gotta get robots.
Could they meet Riddick?
Oh, crossover! Dude.
So he does two
roles,
dual acting. Yeah, but I love Riddick. I'm looking forward to it.
Yeah, that's Riddick's a weird series, right? It's sort of very kind of camp and full on, but it's actually I kind of like it. Pitch Black is great. Yeah.
Pitch Black is awesome. Like the first, even the one because they remade it, right? But but the original, when you do that one, that was really good. And you see that whole original idea and now what it is now, right? But I mean, I think, oh man, there is a joy of living in this generation where you get more. And you get all this fantastic technology. Like I'm looking at this, right? And I'm looking at where are we? This is the director's cut. So you got 2049, right? That way, and then you've got the original, right? And because of technology, you get all this amazing stuff that's happening in this.
I think that's one of the best sequels ever made, by the way.
Yeah,
2049.
Exactly, because this is my number one film of all time. All time.
That's your favorite. That's your number one. That's your one. Okay.
And then when this came out, I was happy with that. I was like, yeah, this is cool. Now the other thing is you've got, everybody remembers Total Recall.
Ooh.
And then you had this come out. I can give a take on this one, but I did enjoy that one, right? And the reason for that is Philip K. Dick is one of my favorite sci-fi writers. He's got
that Total Recall remake was bizarre because it's just two different films altogether.
Right.
I missed it. Yeah, I missed this. I missed the second one, the one with Colin Farrell. I was gonna ask you guys because you're both you're creating comics now. I was reading this I guess it's like a sort of a how-to on how to make comics by Will Eisner. The Eisner Awards are named after, and it's obviously a very old book that they've sort of reprinted recently, right? Yeah. And it was sort of before I guess films were as prevalent as they were. It was sort of like, you know, the 50s, written in the 50s or early 60s. And his compositions were, you know, out the gate. I mean, they're very, you know, I don't know how to describe them. But what I was going to ask you guys was how much do you think sort of film influences your comic book creation, and in what ways? How, you know, sort of meditate on that a little bit.
Well, for me, I actually think film is quite influential because, like I said, the comic is based on my love for Mad Max and bad post-apocalyptic movies. And I also think of my shots as if I was a cameraman.
Right.
I get crazy creative like Eisner, where he'd put the titles into the buildings and stuff like that. My shots are a wee bit more. First of all, I try and make it very easy to follow. So it is. Most of them are just normal panel to panel sort of sequences. So it's almost a storyboard. I try and do variety in the shots, like the close-ups, wide shots. I do usually start a scene if it's in a new area with a wide shot, because it's establishing shot, which is pretty much a movie trick.
Yeah.
But I mean, I do have a few crazy layouts in there, which you can only do with a comic. But I think movies and comics tie together quite well because they're both just storytelling.
Interesting. That's interesting. Yeah, it's hard to describe some of the compositions. I would say there are a lot more kind of. I'm trying to madly find like an example of what I'm talking about here, but I'm wildly unprepared. Here's one here, I think. Yeah, I'll chuck this in the chat. There's a Google image search, but that I don't know how you would describe how to articulate it, but it's there's a lot more sort of fluidity, you know what I mean? It's like, you know, because I'm the same, Shane. You know, I think of myself as a cameraman and sort of, you know, I think of it sort of like a movie, you know. But I was looking at his compositions going, this guy obviously has a completely different sort of media diet. He's obviously reading more, you know, books and comic books, and it's sort of impacted his compositions, you know, and it's a lot more kind of almost like a storybook, you know. It looks very much kind of sort of sketchbooky, kind of, you know, the panels sort of bleed into one another, and you know, there's not as many. There are gutters, but there's not as many sort of hard gutters, you know, cordoning everything off. So
he was quite experimental for it at the time. So
right, okay.
He was trying to make it into an art form. So that's the thing. You don't stick to the safe panel to panel if you're trying to make it into an art form.
Yeah.
I mean, you could look at someone like David Mack in that way too, or even Dave McKean, where half the time it's sequential, but there's other pages that are just he's just going for the feeling of the story.
Right.
Like he'll do some abstract art, some blurry photo with scribbles all over it, put some text to it, and he goes, that will feel right for that page. Like
interesting.
But yeah, David Mack is pretty crazy in his old stuff with his layouts. It's definitely not something you could easily do on film.
Yeah, I was sort of trying to, like, you know, whenever I'm looking at a comic or a film, I'm always trying to sort of break it down and sort of kind of at least casually try to sort of see how they might have approached it, you know. And I was looking at this going, man, it's incredible. It's an absolutely incredible work. But it's like, I don't even know kind of how you kind of begin to sort of think about this composition pragmatically, you know. I was going to ask you, Aru, as well, like, because you're a writer, and you mentioned that you do a little bit about the sort of the concept stuff.
Yeah, well, I mean, like,
do you do storyboards at all for your artists, or do you leave it sort of up to them?
I describe what I want, and then I send them images and say, hey, this is what the character looks like. This is what I'm thinking. I'll send them like Googled images of ships. And I want like especially when I'm doing the Robot Nation, I'll go, but then also I'll create weapons, right? Because I'm designing characters, so I want to design weapons for those characters from scratch. Like I'll try to make it practical. I'll get a Nerf gun and I'll build on
You're
that.
basically doing the research for them.
That's
So
it.
This is the type of
Right.
gun it's meant to be. This is the type of gun he's meant to have. Now draw it yourself.
Yeah, and that's it. Like I spend a lot of time researching everything, because if I can make it easier for the artist, I will. Because I know, like, if I'll spend like about 60% out of the 40% of my time just researching.
So do you let them alter?
Oh, hell yeah. And that's the thing. Like, I won't, like, if you look at some stuff, let me show you this one here. So here's something that's very new for us. It's issue 2 of Robot Nation. Let me bring this up. So I let my artists create these characters, right? So I said I wanted a robot dog, and he goes and gives me this character, and for the sci-fi in space mothership thing, and he creates Ruth, who's the main lead female character for this story, right? So this is Ruth and Fang, who's the thing here, and so you look at it. This is his concept of my just saying, I want a female in space, and this is what you can do.
Right.
I didn't say put this arm piece here. I didn't say put this leg piece here. Didn't say put this around here and all that. It's his imagination bringing to this, because this is a guy who knows his skill set. And so after having done first issue with him, he's going to pop out and do this. So this is, if you look at this, right, there's another, and I'm going to bring up, I did a different version of that, a bit more, he did I think he did a new version. He said, hey, like, I had a look at it, and I think this is a better one. Here we go. I've changed the characters around a bit, of the same character. And it's quite, because you said it was European, so I'm going to do it like a European character.
Right.
Excuse me, hit the wrong button. And so I'm not going to stop him. He's an amazing artist. So why would I in my idiotic brain would go, I'm going to stop the artist from being creative, right? So if you notice that he's done a bit of slight changes compared to the other one, but it's the same character. Now, however, when I go to design characters, I will, because I want to make life easy for myself. I'm the guy who goes, don't reinvent the wheel, right? Create the wheel, but don't reinvent it. So one of the part of that thing is this. So let me bring up Fang. So what I'll do, I will bring up stuff like, I'll give him a photo, right? So I'm going to bring this up and I'll show you. So if I want a character, and he's done the same, right, for one of our characters, Red Dot. So it's easier to get visuals of a person in existence compared to someone who is not. So for me, I'll just go, I want Jerry to look like this. That doesn't mean do it exact, and he knows that, because I want your interpretations of this character looking like this.
Right.
Because sometimes when I'm thinking in my head, I want a rugged looking dude, or I want a more genteel looking female, or a more strong looking female. Or same thing with the male, right? There's certain things you want to give out there. So, and it's, when I'm thinking about it, I'm not going to go, hey, I want exact for exact. I want your interpretation of what you see when you read my comic book to put out. And that allows for freedom. So when he was doing Red Dot, you had, what's his name?
Henry Rollins.
Henry Rollins, right?
Yeah, you thought of a different actor, and then when you described him to me, for some reason, Henry Rollins and Clint Eastwood and someone else came into my head. And I think we went with the Henry Rollins one for the overall look, just because of his square jaw and no neck.
So if you,
he's a big boy. Yeah,
it's probably better if I put a visual of him, because, like, and then when we had an art student reach out to us, Kiwi art student reach out to us and say, hey, to me, and say, hey, I would like to do a because I've got this.
You need the young ones of them.
Yeah. So, he said, like, I've got a project I've got to do for school, and where's a young one of them? This one? Right.
Maybe.
Right. So he goes to me like, he goes, you know what? I want to do something because you're doing a comic book, and it's like I would like to do Red Dot, and went to the wrong one. There we go. And he goes, what what does he look like? I said, well, Shane based him off Henry Rollins and Clint Eastwood and all that. So I just said, here you go, and and then he, Andrew is what his name is. He then went and if I can get it right on the right one with his millions of friggin' files. He was in the Korean correction. No, he was on the offensive, I think. So he actually did. There we go. Andrew Harris, Kiwi artist. He went and did this interpretation, right? And which is going to be on a cover once we get issue 1 out there. And you look at this, and this is his interpretation of that. As for a school university art project course. And so you had you got a Kiwi doing another a Kiwi character out there, and I put in the logo that there, show you how to look on a comic book cover and everything. You can see the him working on it. So he's got the soldier because he's a former SAS soldier captain. And then you've got his body armor and stuff because he's just a normal human. And so, kind of like a vigilante. It was done as like a, my reaction to a situation that happened in my life with like a vigilante. So I love Punisher, right? Punisher, Batman, Constantine is my top 3. So, you got Andrew Harris here interpreting, Henry Rollins, which is like an inspiration for the look, because that's what Shane came up with in the end. And so like I said, I make it as easy as I can for the artist, because I don't want the artist running around kind of trying to imagine what I'm coming up with, because my head and it's easy if I just go, here's a photo, right? Now I do that really constantly. Now I do that constantly.
The plus side is that you are letting your Italian, is he Italian?
Yeah.
The Italian illustrator actually have some creativity, because I think the worst thing is, because I've heard about artists that work with Alan Moore, and Alan Moore apparently gives you giant scripts with every single detail and what he wants in every single panel.
Yeah.
And I've heard lots of artists actually quit working with him, even though he's one of the most famous writers in comics. A lot of them don't want to work with him because you get no you don't really get much of a creative input. You get, like, I've heard a story. Have you ever seen the Hard Boiled comic by Frank Miller and Jeff Darrow?
No, I haven't.
I'll bring it up. Let me just.
He had a story, and he gave it to Jeff Darrow, and he basically had it written out. He gave it to Jeff Darrow, and Jeff Darrow started doing the pages. But Jeff, when he was reading the script, was getting a different vibe or a different feeling from it. Like, he wasn't understanding the script how Frank was thinking of it.
Right.
So when he handed the artwork in, Frank Miller was like, shit, this has changed half the tone of my story. And it's changed it quite a lot. He's even changed some of the characters quite a lot. But that was how Jeff Darrow was reading it.
Yeah.
And you think, Frank Miller's shit hot at the moment. He's one of the biggest properties in comics right now. Jeff's going to have to rework it. He looked at the artwork several times and went and changed his script.
Yeah.
Because he loved the artwork. Okay. He liked the artwork so much that he didn't give a shit. And he's like, I can work with this. It's still basically my story, but I think he's actually added more depth to it.
I mean, if that's the same artist that's done that cover, I mean, that's a hell of an illustration.
You should see the interior artwork. That's the interior artwork is insane. Like, the cover is nothing.
What else has this guy done?
He's done the Shaolin Cowboy.
Yeah.
Shaolin Cowboy. he's basically worked in Hollywood. He's done a lot of designed half of The Matrix.
Whoa. Okay.
He's designed a lot of Hollywood stuff too because of this comic book and some other ones that he did.
That must be frustrating because Frank Miller's an artist, isn't as well.
It goes friggin' own style. Like
this was when Frank Miller was still drawing too, but he wanted to work with this guy. So the thing is, because he wanted to work with him, and when he saw him,
look at that.
When he saw him adding more depth to the story than he actually expected, he changed the story. He didn't get pissed off and throw a tantrum. He's like, "This is awesome." He's actually he's added something new to it. The story is still basically the same, but he's added extra layers, and he just went with it.
Wow, yeah, that is.
That stuff is all inked and it's all coloured too, all by Jeff Darrow, I think. Like, I think he drove people insane with the detail.
Yeah,
because after that he got offered lots of other jobs set in cities and stuff, and he was turning them down because he's like, you could piss off them drawing that many people.
The one thing that I've consistently heard is like, I can't be dealing with this, and the industry is like cityscapes with like, or city scenes with lots of people, but that's probably one of the more involved ones I've seen.
Yeah, it's a double page, so it's
But the whole comic looks like that. He's not lazy on any page. But
what's his name?
Jeff Darrow.
Jeff Darrow.
He wanted to draw that comic like that, so it was his. He basically blames himself.
Gotcha. You know what? I have seen this guy. He's done. He did Big Guy and Rusty.
Yeah, man.
Yeah, this guy's something else, man. This guy's
apparently in between the comic work, he has done the Matrix films and other stuff.
So much detail. Just it would be. I would love to see like a sort of a time lapse of him drawing. He must be just. This mark making must be crazy.
I mean, it's years of skills, and I think that's something that I always try to say to people. It's like, this is years of skill. People have like got a unique style because of years of skill. Like he's got a unique style due to years of skill, and it's easy for people to just think like it's just art, and anybody can do that. But there's a bit of skill when it comes to actually getting anatomy right, getting the placement of stuff right, way you create characters and stuff. So I'm putting up one from, this is the first page of issue 2 of Robot Nation, which is like 20 pages in this one, and then 20 pages in the next one. It's a 40-page odd story. So when I get sent this page here, I'm going to enlarge it for you, but when you see this page, this is supposed to be a mothership, and it's supposed to show you there's vegetation growing there. When I've described, I said like there's parts of this where they're living in all these quarters and stuff, but there's also, vegetation. This is what he came up with. This is Francisco, right? And I gave him photos and photos and photos and photos of all these different things, of futuristic ideas of people, of like spaceships and stuff. And then I said, here you go. And so and the same thing with this, like with the cryogenic, what was that, like from Ripley, aliens,
like the
frozen state, the frozen state and stuff like that. I gave photos of all that.
Stasis chamber, right?
Yeah, and I just said, hey, this is the cryopod, and he gave me this page. Now I had to change my script to suit him. I had to actually limit the amount of text I use into the space that was provided. We talk about like how working with the artist, you go like,
I remember you talking about this earlier, where you had something else in mind. I mean, take me through that, because I mean, did he say, well, look, I've got this idea and I'm going to pull the trigger on it, or did he just show up on this page?
So what he basically said to me was like, hey, here's let me just bring up the most recent script so I can show you. And he said, am I on the right track? Right? He shows it to me and he goes, am I on the right track? I said, hell yeah. Right? So I'm going to bring up the script so you can actually see what I wrote in the script, because I think a lot of times people.
So did he send you like a layout or something first?
No, not even that. Not even that. Right. So, when I do it like this, I go like, cover, credits, I'm timing what, know how many pages I'm doing. So this is the thing. It's like no most like. So you got all this text here, but then that's to describe it. That's just to describe. Now you got all this text here that should be on that page. However, I'm going to bring you up that page so you can see the page, how I changed it, because I realized that I could slim this down and rewrite this better and make it more crisp. Now that like basically a lot of times when you're writing a script, you're just trying to throw out as much as you can out there because it's your first draft. And a lot of times with this one, I was constrained because he just finished and he needed me to get another script so he could carry on. And I was constrained and said like, okay, I'm just going to rush this and give it to you. And now that he's done the page, I have time now, to go and actually re-gig it, right? Do a second draft on it. Right. And then, kind of like, let me bring up the page.
I was just thinking that's pretty ballsy if you've sent him a script and he what he's done is sort of a big divorce from what you originally sort of outlined. As great as a page as it is, I mean, you could have very well turned around and gone, what the heck? You know what I mean? Yeah. So I just wanted to sort of get like some more detail on that, on kind of how that sort of worked. I mean, that's a great page, but
so when you see that, right? So here's what I'm talking about, like how I slimmed it down, right? I slimmed the writing down. I added it to text. If you notice, there's going to be sorry, but I'll bring it over here. Right. So we're on another TV screen here. So if you look at it, there's only I'll count the actual caption scene. So there's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Now that's that one, right? So now I'll bring over the next of the actual script, and I'll show you. Is it the one? Or is it that one? Oh, we'll see which one it is. It's that one. So you look at the script here. It's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Right.
Oh, if he's done a good job describing it, you can. It's redundant to repeat it twice.
Exactly. And so not only that, that's only got one because of what I've described. That's only one panel supposed to be on there, but he's given me 2, and I'm happy with that, right? Because at the end of the day, we're about creating art and a partnership to create great art, and from a partnership to create great art, you got to have a bit of leeway for your creatives to go, hey, here's what I'm thinking of the page. What do you think? And shortest answer is hell yeah.
Yeah, it's a hell of an illustration. Yeah, that's a hell of an illustration.
What he didn't change the story at all either, did he?
Exactly.
So it's it works. He's not changing anything that will be important to the plot.
Right, and that's the most important thing. Is like actually not changing. And I'll bring up I should have brought this up so you could actually see the the actual page how I finished it as a letterer, right? Because I do all the lettering myself and design work. So here we go. So this is the layout of the page. And he's going to ink it and stuff. But like you can notice here, where did I think I lost my give me one sec. Thought I lost my mouse. Here we go. So so I actually went and then rewrote that, right? The second panel, because that panel's not supposed to be there according to the script. But according to the artist, he saw that. And he gave me what I wanted, but more. And so I'm going to go as a writer and change that, right? I'm going to then introduce you to the character because the character is there now, right? So this is a chief engineer lies, cryosleep. So now I can tell it a bit more up there, more complete. So if you look at the scripts, because Earth date 3081, the Milky Way, NZASCA, which is like comes down here. You get to learn that it's the New Zealand Air and Space Aeronautics. We don't have one now, but of course we'll have one in 1,000 years.
SpaceX.
Yeah. So, so you go over 200,000. So I needed him to make a ship that would house 200K people in, and would have all the stuff in it, like they're growing friggin' plants in it because, it's got to be about provide, oxygen, food, all this, because what are you going to do with 200K people, and just the layout, this is what I like, the fact I say influenced by 2000 AD. Yeah. The magic of 2000 AD was you just went and had all this futuristic dystopian, really well, places, you look at stuff like Zenith, and then you cross over, you got Chopper on a snowboard, not a snowboard, it's like a surfboard, and then you got the very bad stuff with the Wastelands, right? With Chronicles of Wasteland, with Shane's work, when you look at
they had the Deadlands.
Yeah, Judge
Redlands,
maybe the Radiator Lands, yeah. But it's you're creating new product, but there's nothing new under the sun. You just interpret it and you bring your own concept and ideas to it, like that. That whole cryogenic, that's from Aliens. When they come out with
it's from a lot of sci-fi stuff.
Yeah, but the thing here is when you come out and you see her in I think light t-shirt and pair of panties, right, or whatever, because that's how Ripley came out, and it's kind of you can't imagine sort of, because when in that situation you don't want so much clothing on you because you got all these chemicals and stuff, and you got to really think about that. When it comes to creating this, you want a bit of realism. For me personally, I do want a bit of realism when it comes into my fantasy, imagination things,
Sure.
because there's not only that, but I want to add to the background of it. I want to create a history. Why are they friggin' here? What are they doing on this mothership? How do they get to this mothership? Why are this crying? So you got to go backstory and you go, hey, this is a bit here. And a lot of times, what I do is I'll write a lot of captions and a lot of ideas down, and then later on, when I'm actually getting the artwork itself, I'll change it, I'll slim it, and this is what's happened here, because I realize I'm just throwing my brain out onto there, because while the artist is reading it, they get an idea of what's going on in my head that I can't explain, so I'm using words to convey. But the other thing here is when we're talking about research, is that we mentioned earlier, I send them photos, right? So I will send photos of what I'm thinking in my head. So here's something, right? This is because Ruth is an engineer, right? So I want to say, kind of show the special area because it's important to that. So I go and say, here's one of many images, of an operating room in the future on this ship. However, that's just one, right? And I'm just Googling it, and that's just getting examples to the artist to say, hey, this is something, do a mashup kind of thing, and play around with it, because I don't want my interpretation of it. I want to, have a look at it and come up with your version of this thing. So I don't just send one image, I send several, so that they, that Francisco personally, because he's working on this one, that he has freedom to come up with something, interpret his own creative way. Because when you try to what you're talking about, with Alan Moore, saying this is a rigid thing to stick to, even though he's a legend.
He's had a lot of famous artists quit.
Yeah, it's going to be tough to work with people if you're rigid in your thing. And I think I've learned over time to be fluid. And
I write and draw my own comic, and I've usually write down the script or the basic script and the basic plot all clean and cleared. And I've gotten to the final where I've done the artwork and I've changed my own script and I've written and drawn it, so I know exactly what I'm doing. But I'll see something in the image,
right,
or on the page, and I'm like, that could be worded differently because it suits this more than it did before.
Yeah.
I think you've got to be open to changing it. Or what do they
That's what I
say?
did want to ask. Yeah.
Killing your babies. You got to be open to killing your babies.
That's it.
Yeah.
You have to, dude. I'm like one of the worst things to meet an artist who doesn't do that. Like they're so rigid. I mean, I remember like I just went in on stage and I was telling a story and talking about how like crazy stuff, and then I came off and the guy goes to me, "Don't you feel scared about letting somebody else work with that?" I'm like, "No." He said, "I feel so scared." And I was like, the whole point of friggin', I like to keep it for myself. I do it for myself. It's like the whole point of creating something is to share, right? And if you, the point of me creating art is to share my art. And over time I've learned to kill certain things because they don't work. If you're so precious, you get stuck on that, and you need to let go. And I've had to let go, right? I mean, I've had to redo an entire comic book after spending $550 printing it to realize that I'm shit at it, and to get an artist to actually go and redo it because I didn't write it the way I should have. It was supposed to be an action superhero book, and I was writing it as like a drama, a thriller thing. It didn't work. He said it was too many words, and I realized it was too many words.
Wasn't just me.
Yeah, and but that's the thing, because it's a difference between doing a web comic and doing an actual physical thing.
And I mean, I get Rico to read my scripts, and I also get. I mean, Rico's got like 2 garages full of comics. He loves comics, so he's versed in comics. But I also get my partner Michelle to read them, who doesn't care about comics at all. And what I do is I just wait to see if they spot things that don't make sense, or if they just go, that's a bit weird. Would they really say that? And I'm not stubborn enough to be like, no, that's how I wrote it. It's got to be that way.
Yeah.
If they give me a critique and it makes sense, I change stuff. Because you've got to think in the long run, what you know in your head and what you're trying to achieve isn't clear to anyone else.
Right. That's the thing, right? Like someone who's just picking the damn thing up isn't going to understand what's in your friggin' head.
Yeah.
And that's the thing about like that's what I think is between like the artist and the creative. The artist goes, here it is, and the creative goes, how do I make it better? How do I make it better? How do I what do I need to change? Because we deal with and art is on the wall, but what we deal with was entertainment, where we I mean, for me, I'm speaking for myself here, that I'm trying to draw in a response and take a person on a journey. Art on the wall isn't that. A painting isn't that, because all you're doing is looking. When it comes to comic books and film and stuff, you're connecting, you're taking part in that experience, because the director is telling you, this is why I did this shot here compared to the musician thing, why we put this, one of the greatest soundtrack guys who did like
I think I get what you mean. I guess art on the wall, that's probably a comment more on modern art than anything. I would say sort of, a single kind of painting is trying to convey a feeling and an emotion. There is a story there, but it's not sort of long form, right?
I don't like, if you're taking like my Mona Lisa, right? I don't know Mona Lisa's backstory. I don't know Mona Lisa is a character in something. Whereas when a comic book comes in, you go, oh, it's an actual, this is a character. Yeah. How do they get the logo on the friggin' shirt, right? When you look at Superman, right? Why did Superman have the S on him? Oh, that's because that's his house. His blanket was on there. It was wrapped on him. Now he's got a cape that Martha Kent made for him, right? Kind of thing. And now he's wearing the cape, and she's sewn up his costume. Now you got that. Painting doesn't do that, right? And I think that's the difference between what I enjoy between comics and
I'll post some of this. I mean, this is sort of this guy's name is Gustavo Dore. He's a very old artist. I think he's sort of running around like the 1700s or something. But same sort of thing. It's like, and maybe this isn't the best example of it, but single sort of illustration, but there's enough there to sort of go, for you to meditate on it. You know what I mean? So it's like, well, who's this character? What, she's sitting on the moon. I don't know. She's sitting in the sky. There's some sort of bat type figure there. So you're sort of, it takes a little while to sort of digest the illustration. You know what I mean? So it certainly conveys tone, and you can kind of imply a story. I'm guessing this is
you're bringing it to it. Whereas like with comic books, it's when we're writing, we're telling you the story along with it. So we kind of like need to be more clear, because like we're telling you what else is there, Whereas the painting say, this is the painting, and now you have nothing else but that one image to go off. And I think, like for as artists, and like as comic writers and creators, we're trying to draw people into, even though we give you the images, we also are trying to give you with the text to learn more about. It's like a journey between the art and the storyteller, and the artist and the story writer, because we're trying to marry it up so that you're not left to any sort of like questions, but we want you to have questions. Go, what if what's going to happen next, man? But it's kind of hard to describe. But comics are an amazing medium. It's one of the greatest.
Certainly as a creative, you have in terms of there's not. I don't think there's any other medium where one person can put like can create something world class. That sort of has super high production values, and you can do everything. You are essentially the writer, the actor, the costume designer, the background designer, what have you. I mean, that's what I'm a fan of comic books, obviously, but as a creative, it's sort of that and maybe books. But books, you don't have control over the visuals, right? You are describing it, but at the end of the day, the person could just be seeing something completely different, and there's a magic in that. But as a creative, you have sort of absolute complete control over kind of the visuals, the writing. It's you have a lot more kind of control of the journey. Like you said, that you're taking the reader on.
Like Shane was saying when you were asking earlier about he's doing the camera shots. He's visualizing the film shots. I like the storyboarding it so that he is showing you the angle, right? That and the light, where the light's going to shine, where the shadow's going to fall, where the what is it called, the the like flow on the
drapery,
all wrinkles, the way the actor's gonna the character's gonna have the hair, the scars, all this thing he gets to do as an artist. And I think that's a great thing about the artist. It's like unless the character because as a writer is going to tell him, okay, this is how what one to look, and then wide shot, that's it, wide shot, or close up. That's all I got to describe to the artist. Wide shot, and he's going to put in whatever he wants.
I've heard, I can't remember which comic artist said this, but he basically said the reason he loves comics is because he loves movies. And they're like, what? There are two different things when you get into making movies. He goes, well, when I make comics, I have an unlimited budget. I have all the I have the best screenwriters that I want. And I have no studio interference.
Right.
So he goes, basically, I am making my dream projects in a comic book form.
That's it.
Nice.
No limits to how much money gets spent on.
You could have you could have 200 monsters in your horror comic if you want.
Speaking of script writing, Shane, sorry to interject. So you mentioned before how you sort of because this is something that I'm sort of struggling with at the moment. You mentioned before kind of what's the best way to articulate it? Sort of going back and forth between sort of the storyboards and the script writing. I wanted to kind of ask what you guys thought. You can work on a script, until forever.
Yeah.
So how do you sort of know when it's done? How do you know when it's sort of when you know how to take it out of the oven, I guess.
For me, it's not done. It's not done until I read it, like all the lettering's done, or if the coloring's got to be done, until all the editing's done, and I'm happy with going, hey, can you have a look at this? Is there any mistakes on this? Because here's my final thing. Then comes back to me. I got to change it, edit it, any little, whatever I got to change, and then I'll put it out, and then I'm done.
Yeah.
Because I can't continue doing it again.
So you need sort of you're after kind of some form of external feedback before you go. Yes.
You do need someone to actually look over it, because you miss shit. Like, I think that's the worst thing, is like missing something. Because here's the deal. We had like in Critical #1, back quick start, everything. It went to because it goes to the printer, then comes back and gives you your proof, right? You get the proofs of it. And one of the pages had friggin' lines on it. Like frame lines on it. And do you now let it go out? Me, I go, no. I'll change it. Spend a whole day between the colorist and me, because you got to get rid of the lines, because the colors have been put on. It's finalized. So I had to go back, and over 2 days, actually the weekend, because I had to go back to Hugo, who did an amazing quick, got back to me, and then I was, it was Christmas, left it for a day. I had to get rid of those lines and put the original artwork on, because I made a mistake having the wrong artwork going. Out of 32 pages, I had 1 page do that, and I had to go back to the printers. Now it's delayed by 3 weeks because of that one mistake. And all of us missed it.
But what about the script side? Because he's talking about the finished idea,
sure.
not the technical.
But I mean,
not something you missed visually.
Yeah, but I mean, that's the thing. Like, even like, you never know if you're going to miss it. So with the text side, like, I get, my Kevin, who's illustrator, looked over the artwork. I mean, sorry, over who's illustrator inker. He looked over the PDF of it and changed. Said, hey, this doesn't work here. This grammar should use this word. Cool. But the other thing he also picked up on was the origin, which really shocked the shit out of me, because I had missed it. The very important thing about what it could happen if kids picked it up, because it's an all ages books, and read that, how you got your superpower. And I went and completely rechanged that, because I realized that was
so how many versions do you think there was?
Oh shit. Must be about 5.
Yeah. See, I have got a different kind of mantra to that. And because, like I mentioned way before, I'd wanted to do a comic for 20 or so years and never did it.
Sure.
I always wanted to create the best thing possible.
Yeah.
And to come out with a fantastic piece of artwork and something that will blow people away. And there's a guy on YouTube called Jake Parker.
Oh, yeah, yeah. Inktober, Jake Parker, yeah.
He's a pretty good illustrator. I don't think he's the best out there, but I like him more for his mentality. And what he basically said was, nothing is ever perfect, and nothing exists until it is actually printed.
Yeah.
So he's basically like, don't sit there trying to do your magnum opus. Don't sit there trying to do the Catcher in the Rye and all these big epic things. He goes, just do some damn work and print it. He goes, it's never going to be perfect. Yeah. It's never going to be as good as you hope, but it doesn't exist until it's actually out there. And he said the weird thing is, he's got artwork that he's done 10 or 20 years ago. He thinks it's okay. He's got artwork he's doing like right now. He thinks is way better. He said some of his biggest selling art books are the old ones. So you don't know what the public's going to like anyway. You don't know how they're going to receive it. it's basically like, don't be too precious with it. And I thought, because he goes, that's the only way you're ever going to get something done, is to not be like, obviously check it for typos, obviously get your friends to make sure it makes sense and there's no glaring plot holes. But it's like, you're not going to create the perfect comic ever, because nothing is ever perfect. So just finish it.
Like I said,
So how do you balance that? Because don't let perfection be the enemy of good. But how do you balance that between sort of, I guess, that notion and making sure your work is sort of
nothing's ever going to be perfect, man.
All it can be. Not perfect, but surely there is a line between sort of just get it out there and I've been working on this for many years, and this is the 20th draft. You know what I mean?
Like I said, I showed my scripts and stuff to Rico, and as you saw with my A3s, I did some of my other ones were smaller thumbnails, but the last one I did was all A3s, basically to scale. So I could show it to them. I could show it to him visually, and he would just go through it and go, like, he'd look at pages and goes, "That reads perfectly." He's like, you could change it, you could do this, but it reads perfectly. So it's like, if it's clear and it reads, that's the main thing I'm after. I've got a couple of pages at home that he's made suggestions on, and a couple of suggestions I didn't agree with, but one page is going to be altered quite a bit because I agreed with it 100%. But I've kind of given up. Like, it sounds bad when you say given up, but I've kind of decided.
Right.
It's not given up. It's like you have to have a limit of how much you're going to. Because I could spend 2 years drawing every issue.
Yeah.
Sure.
Or I could spend 4 months and actually get the job done, and have it exist, and then move on to the next comic, which will hopefully get better.
Yeah. It's really. I think it's a real choice whether do you want to get it out there or not. You're never going to be ever happy 100% with anything you do, and you got to learn to not be that precious about it. For me, I'm like, I just want work out there because I don't have that much time to live, right? Think about that. Like, really, like, time is like there's a limited time that we exist on this world, right? So do I spend, like, I've always, like, I started doing comics in 2007. I got my first comic actual printed in 2019, right? The first 6 issues over the 2-year period of that.
It actually gets easier the older you get,
Yeah.
because the more you realize, just do it. Otherwise, you've got nothing.
Yeah. And then last year we did our first superhero comic that we meant that, self-published that. Cool. Decided to get an actual artist to do it, and now that's done. Now we're looking at number 2. And now we've got Robot Nations coming out. Now we've got Templeton almost finished, like about 3-4 pages away from that finishing. Sci-fi horror, mature comics, NSFW covers and all this, and so many others. Like I want to put out 5 number 1s this year, right? But here's the deal: if I'm being a perfectionist on number 1, how the hell do I get all the others out? So I can't be so precious about it, and I mean, maybe I'll look back and I wish I'd done that. Who gives a shit?
Yeah, I mean, you can change your word, you can draw something differently, but if it tells the story and gets the point across, then you've succeeded.
Yeah.
And I also remember another piece of advice, and I can't remember which illustrator said it. It was a famous comic book illustrator, but he said everyone always looks at their favorite artists. Like, you go, oh, I love Beasley, I love Arthur Adams, I love Dave McKean, and they always compare themselves.
That's the worst
to
thing.
the greatest. And he's like, that's the worst thing you can do, because eventually you're going to draw in your own style.
Yeah.
And if you compare yourself to people who are fantastic, you might never get there, and you might just quit. He said, and he goes, find a comic, and he goes, not like an indie one, not some. He goes, find a big published comic like a Batman issue or a Superman or something that's got absolutely shit artwork. Find something that you think, this is horrible, how did this get printed? And realize this guy got printed.
Right.
You can do better than this. And this is a popular comic. This guy's had a job and probably done several issues, and you know that you can do better. And it's like, he's like, don't compare yourself to the best. Find someone that's average or rubbish that has actually been printed. And he goes, if they can do it, you can do it.
You can too. Interesting. Interesting.
He's like, yeah, because everyone always compares himself to the best. Like if you pick up a guitar, you want to be Jimi Hendrix. It's like, well, you're not.
Yeah.
But as long as you can play a tune, you can probably still make music.
Sure.
So talking about bad art, I want to find that one that you wanted from earlier, right?
Rob Liefeld.
No. Rob, I don't mind Rob. I've never minded Rob. You know.
Well, there you go. He's got terrible anatomy, and he's made a career.
Yeah.
Doing comics.
Yeah, and he's a legend. You know,
and
like
people don't.
I feel like he was made for that '90s era. You know what I mean? That sort of extreme kind of, you know, early '90s sort of stuff. You know, if he was sort of, if he came out now, he might struggle a little bit, you know, with the technical side. But he came out at the right time, and I can't knock him. He's like you said, he's super successful. He's come up with some great characters.
Carry on. Rex, I'm just looking at something here.
No, you're right. I didn't have anything else to add on Rob Liefeld. I'm not that much of a fan. I was going to ask you guys about just the New Zealand comic book scene in general. I mean, I'm kind of in a weird position where I've sort of, I guess, I've not produced anything myself, but I've been kind of orbiting around it. You know, I've gone to sort of conventions and I've sort of picked stuff up every once in a while, what have you. And I'm, part of groups on Facebook and what have you. Well, I just wanted to sort of get your kind of thoughts on sort of how the health of the scene at the moment, how you guys sort of, what do you guys think of the New Zealand comic books community, where you see it going? Not to ask too many compound questions, but just sort of get you, I guess, sort of start a conversation about that.
Well, I consider myself very new to it because I've done work for other people, but for my self-published thing, I consider myself, I've only been in it for a year and a bit. But I do think that how you described yourself, floating around watching, I think that is the New Zealand comic thing.
Yeah.
I think we need more people doing than watching.
Yeah.
Right.
There's a lot of great ideas.
Yeah. And I think it's the same thing, right? You look at like America, go, oh, there's great work is already out there. What's the point of me adding to it? The point is, it's your voice. It's your thing. Nobody has your story to tell, right? Like if you look at our, every single post that we put out with for YouTube, it's got like plungecomics.com, right? It says under there, our story is our way. That's what I want to say. It's my voice. It's our voice, our way, not America's way, not Europe's way, not Asia's way, not manga's way, not Korea's way. It's our way, right? So it's our stories, and everybody's got a story in them, as they always say, right? Everybody's got a book in them, but it's how you decide which way you're going to tell your story and how you're going to convey it. You can tell your story any way you want, but at the end of the day, it's up to the people to decide if it's going to work or not, if they're into it or not, if it connects to them or not. And so with me, I'm always like writing lots of different genres and trying to do that. But a lot of people get stuck and they just think, I can't compete with that. I can't compete with this and I can't compete with that. You don't need to compete with anyone but yourself. At the end of the day, it's your strength, it's your story, it's your art, your creativity that you got to put out there.
You don't need to compete either. You need to actually be different. So,
sure.
Because I mean, I like seriously, when I printed my one, I was thinking, I hope I sell 10 or 20 copies. And once I sold a few copies, I was happy. But now basically I've got 2 or 3 left of the first issue, so I'm very happy. But
Not bad,
the
man.
main
Congratulations.
the main thing was to do it for me first.
Yeah.
I mean, this is New Zealand comics. You're not going to be making a living off it.
Yeah.
Not for a while.
Yeah.
So it's got to be a passion project, and it's got to be something you want to do. So I think that's the reason why there's a lot of people that say it and then they don't do it.
Yeah.
And
It's funny you say that, because on the flip side, I remember a character putting something in a New Zealand comic books group on Facebook, asking about her colors. Her name was I don't know if you're familiar with Rachel Smythe, and she was going, "Hey, I've put this together.
Olympus.
What do you guys think?" And I was like, "Hey, this is pretty interesting." And then the next time I see her name, she's a New York Times bestseller. And I was just like, dude,
Millionaire.
Actually,
Webtoons.
Actually, 3 times bestseller.
Yeah.
My
She's done
goodness.
3 volumes. They've all been bestsellers.
Yeah, I've actually reached out to her, and say, hey, come and have a talk about it on our Kiwis and like Friday nights.
But again, she started that for herself.
Yeah.
And
right.
She's obviously the success story because she started it for herself, but it's worked.
Yeah.
I mean, there's a couple of other idiots that did things for themselves too. One was called Kevin Eastman.
Yeah, and wait, who's the Harry Potter writer?
Yeah.
For her son. For her friggin' son. I mean, I created Incredible for my niece, who was 4 years old at the time.
Yeah.
That's the only reason I did a female superhero, because of my niece. I said to her, if you know what, I should do it. I never even thought of doing a male superhero first. I just thought, I've got my niece. She's the first of my sister's child. Would it be cool if I, and they got to name it. The family got to name it. Incredible. Right. I said, do you, if you had a female superhero character, what do you want to call it? She goes, Incredible Girl. Right. And then we ended up being Incredible Girl because, incredible, and
Gotcha.
So that's been always why it's been an all ages book, because of that. I could have just changed it into like a R18, whatever, but no. It's for that little girl, 4 years old, way back in 2007, who's now, 20 something.
She's been waiting a while.
Yeah, and it's taken that while. But, we had a few trials at it. But, I mean, what if I decide, I'm not good at this shit. Who am I to be writing a superhero story and all that? And it just sits there. The thing is.
But, I mean, Simon Beasley said he wasn't good at drawing.
He's freaking king.
Well, no, when he started at 2000 AD, he said he was one of the worst illustrators there. And he's like, what can I do to stand out? I know, I'll paint my artwork.
Yeah.
He did it just to stand out. He did it to stand out and to be different from the others, because he said they could draw better than he could.
Yeah.
And so his difference has paid off quite well.
Yeah.
And the thing is, I mean, going back just personal, completely personal level, even if you don't become Beasley or Rowling or anyone famous, the satisfaction of actually doing something that you talk about and have thought about for years is fantastic, because it's no longer in your head. It's no longer bugging you. It's no longer that I wish I did this and I wish I did that. It's like you've done it.
That's cool, man. That's cool.
And if you like it, you'll do it again.
And let me just grab this here so you can. So I used to own these books because back in like 90s, right? Simon was a huge, Beasley basically was a huge influence on me.
Wow, look at that.
And like 2000 AD, and I actually painted a Simon Beasley A2 size on a wood, what's that, MDF? Yeah, MDF. Like painted it as part of a project where you like see how the wood, like if you put wood in water, like an MDF in water, and if, like expands and stuff, how would it change the art? And that was kind of like something to do with sculpting, but like, this is one of the greatest British books in the world. Not only, British, but comics in the world. He's inspired so many people through it. The Han God is one of the greatest comic book series, art-wise, And who wrote that? I don't. Let me just pop it up
There's
here.
an old Kiwi guy. I mean, I'm not that
So
has
Pat
like
Mills,
some
right?
style. He works in that art store on the North Shore. But
Right.
and I remember him doing a demo at Armageddon of his painting. And it was
Right.
just like, I bought some ink pens from him one time, and then I saw him like knocking out this like super high tier fantasy painting. And I was just like, geez, man. I forgot what his name is. He's put out some books too, some comic books. I forgot what they're called. He had some butcher book. I can't remember, but yeah.
Right. So here's something to think. Like, so this is Massimo Belladinelli, right? Benedelli. So you go,
That's
well,
actually Mike McMahon.
it's Mike McMahon. Oh, the cover.
The cover, yeah.
Right. So you look at this and you go, oh well, Simon's better. Why the hell is Simon? Pat Mills is not using Simon on the cover of this. But that's the difference about having so many different interpretations of art out here, and Pat Mills creating the Han God, and then having someone like Simon come out and say, hey, by trying to be different has added so much to that friggin' whole thing.
Well, Simon tells a story just like the Jeff Darrow one, where he said he got his first script and he goes, I don't want to draw that. I don't want to draw that. I don't want to draw that. So he painted what he wanted, and he was meant to be doing it in inks and washes. He goes, no, don't want to do that. Painted it, handed it in, expected to get fired. He thought, this is going to be a short job at 2000 AD because I didn't follow his script. He's been here forever. I'm new. Hands the artwork in. Pat Mills looks at it, hands it around the office. He's like, oh shit, they're gonna tell me everything I've done wrong, tear me a new one. He said Pat sat down, changed the script, and then they printed it.
Dang, wow.
So they obviously I'm open-minded enough to just, and that's the thing, like that again goes with the it'll never be perfect. Because Beasley thought he'd done it wrong. Pat had handed him a different script to start with. They end up just throwing it together anyway and changing everything to make it work, and people loved it. So it's like I think you just have to just do it and release it and
see how it goes.
Put it out. You're basically just throwing it into the world, right?
Yeah.
And seeing what sticks.
And there's so many people that someone's going to like it.
Yeah. Seriously, I've seen work out there I'll never want to touch, yet there's people love it and they'll pay money for it.
Well, I'm going to say something quite controversial because I'm not a fan of Jim Lee. I think he can draw really well, but I find his artwork boring,
repetitive,
just boring. I just find it he draws people so perfectly, and so he is technically a fantastic artist.
Yes,
but I find his artwork is so staged and so stiff, and so it's like pinups. Every panel's a pinup.
That's it.
So I don't actually like it.
For those who like pinups and for covers, that's why I would buy it. I buy it for the cover and not for anything else.
I remember you saying, Shane, you're a fan of Mike Mignola, so you're sort of in that kind of vein, a little bit more, kind of a little bit I don't even know kind of how to describe the aesthetic, but sort of a little.
I'd have to say I like a lot of artists that are all different. Like I love Beasley, I love Mike, I love Dave McKean.
Yeah,
I quite like Sam Keith. Sometimes he can go a bit crazy.
Yeah, the Max was pretty good.
So I think I basically like all the artists that have their own little style. I don't like when you look at the 70s comics and you get that Marvel style.
Yeah,
when everyone
draw the Marvel
the same way.
Yeah, draw the Marvel way. Yeah,
it's I like the ones that stand out slightly.
And that's cool because that adds flavor and that brings different spice to cooking, for the plate, right? Because you get to enjoy all the different tastes that are there. And if you just have everybody's copying Jim Lee, you go, it's
that
not
happened too. That's like in the 90s, everyone was copying Jim Lee and Rob.
Yeah.
And it kind of got to the point where it's like, can you two piss off?
And that's the same thing happened with like, you know, where everything. It's the thing. What happens with anything, like if something's good, they like just go all out on it.
Like Marvel.
Yeah, and like it's like let's give me like 1,000 of that, and like after a while the fad wears off. It's a bit like sadness of like having who's the guy who paints like the great, you know, like oh gosh, amazing work in the like 2000s, and he's, you know, like painted works like the Marvels he worked on.
Oh, Alex Ross.
Like the beauty of Alex Ross was that it was him, and then they went and gave him every single thing to do, and so you saw everything. Scotty Young's the same right now, and they started like and every single thing, because I love his covers, but like it was suddenly like everything. But I love the fact that he went and did like that Fairyland thing, and he wasn't doing that.
Fairyland.
You know, it was like somebody else was doing it and stuff.
The Scotty Young is a weird one because I like Scotty Young's artwork, but they hand him covers that he should not get.
He was like the what do you call, like the variant cover guy.
Yeah,
right?
yeah.
Like if you had like a box at the comic book store, you know, one month you'd come up and like every title you had would have a Scotty Young variant, and they'd be like, "You want this?" Like, I guess.
And you get them doing like an X-Men title where it's like the
I mean, he did the Wizard of Oz stuff as well, didn't he? I mean, you're right. He's an incredible artist. I guess, it just
see it.
Part of it as well. I mean,
I'm
sorry,
still
you go.
a fan of Scotty Young. I still love his art style. It's loose and it's spontaneous looking, and it's awesome. But when they hand them like a Punisher cover or something, I'm like, I don't get it.
Right. It reminds me
X-Men cover. It's fine if you're doing a comedy, Peter Porker or something. Great.
Yeah, Deadpool.
It reminds me. I guess because you guys touched on something interesting, right? Because like in popular culture, you know, you're exposed to stuff that you don't necessarily want, you know. It reminds me of this. I remember seeing an interview by that comedian Louis C.K. I think it was like David Letterman or something, and he was talking about I'm trying to not get any more famous. And David was like, well, what do you mean? Like, you know, why wouldn't you want to be more famous? It's like, well, you get to a certain point where everyone who wants to kind of, you know, engage with you has heard of you, and then anything more than that is just people that don't want it. So people just get pissed off, you know. Justin Bieber, he's on the radio, every radio station you flick on, you know, it's like, well, you just get sick of him, you know. He's too famous, you know. So it's that sort of thing. You get stuff gets overexposed, and you're just like, I can't be dealing with this anymore. I mean, I love Alex Ross. I mean, I don't think he can do put a foot wrong, but you know, if you're not into him and he's on every cover of everything, it's just like, get it out of here. You know what I mean?
So this is a Conan by Mike Mignola.
Hey, that's kind of cool. That's okay. Yeah, that's nice.
So, you know, this is his interpretation. And it's, you know, that's why I got it, because it's Mike Mignola doing Conan. Now you've got Coppola doing Batman. Very gothic, right? On what are these called? Gargoyle. Gargoyle, like on buildings. So he's on top of gargoyle on a building. Now, so you've got this here, very limited foil Joker, sort of like, and that's by DNA. I don't even know who that is, but I like the idea of that. And then you've got this Empire here, which is like totally different. I like simplicity in covers as well. Like, I mean, this, you know, you got a Kick-Ass versus Hit Girl. See that, you know, like it's just the setting, and it's like a lot more happening visually. It's pretty cool. Because I'm just buying.
This suffers from the Jim Lee look to me.
Yeah. So you've got
let's have a look, Shane.
This is J.R.R., isn't it? Like J. Romita Jr.
Yeah.
Right. So you look at, he's got his own style.
He's super controversial, John Romita Jr., right? Like people either love him or hate him. I kind of dig his style, but I've heard people that I just can't stand him.
I like the style.
Who's that?
Uniqueness.
Who's that? McNiven? Is that McNiven?
See,
is it McNiven?
That's like I don't know who that is. I don't know who this is, but this to me it has the Jim Lee look to it, where it's like the guy can draw, he's got skills, and yet it bores me.
So you want something that's a little kind of off kilter, a little bit, kind of, I guess.
Well,
it's style.
It's
like
got to have
uniqueness,
something to
it.
It's really hard to describe when you like some artwork or not, but it's usually
true.
just a bit different.
So this is pretty cool. This is like what is that called? X of Shadows. This is Magic, and Magic is of course one of Larry. Oh gosh, I can't remember his last name. Nairobi Comics' favorite characters, and so is I think it's Kyle's as well, Kyle Walker, Kiwi Bud. So here's Big Game. All right, Mark. One of the big hits of last year, right?
It's a Francis Yu cover, I think, with the looks of it.
Where's the logo? Signature. Can't see
Lionel Francis Yu, is that his name?
I think so. I think it's Lionel. I think that's why I bought it.
Dude, that guy's out the gate, man. I don't think he does. I think he only does comic covers now, but that guy's out the gate.
Yeah, so you got Just Deep Beyond for Image. You know, you look at the different cover styles there. This one here is interesting.
It's very different.
Yeah, this is, compared to a normal superhero Wonder Woman cover, this is very different. It's like almost he's using like, it's like the same paper you're using, like the textures on there.
Yeah, I'd say it's digital, but he's added texture.
Yeah,
he's
texture
made
to
it
the
look
paper
like
itself.
Pastel paint.
That's the one. Like
yeah, that'll be digital for sure. Yeah,
it's digital, but he's added texture.
So you've got this one here. This is Jason Aaron, and it's Black Panther cover.
It's a weird cover.
Yeah, it's very weird because it's got the title, which is bigger than the friggin' art on itself. So like I said, last year I don't think I've read any modern comics last year, but I've bought lots because I wanted the art cover and style. This is a variant of Deadpool because I love Deadpool, but I haven't read Deadpool comics for maybe a year or two because it hasn't interested me as a comic character and stuff. I mean, you look at the stuff like this, from the animated series, Batman and Robin.
Who's that? What's that guy's name? Tim Keen? Bruce Tim, that's right.
What I do? I think
I can still see you guys fine.
Oh, good. Thank goodness for that. I know what happened. Here we go. Right. Yeah. So I had all these books on a friggin' keyboard. I shouldn't have.
Yeah, I have to say I quite like Bruce Timm too.
Yeah.
You can probably see that when you read my comic.
Yeah, Bruce Timm. I mean, damn.
Sure, so I like
Tim Sale as well.
I like the animated look.
Yeah. So here's something goes way back.
Looks like Adams.
437 Detective Comics. Right.
Is that Neil Adams?
Is it Neil Adams?
It kind of has.
Do they used to have scripts? I can't see that dude. Hold on, let me get him. Both of us wear glasses, but he hasn't got his on. So
it's JR something written on it.
Jay Romita?
Might be, yeah.
So I'm gonna try something and see if we can see the actual. Where was it? Here we go. It was in that corner.
I think it's JR.
For the foot. Oh gosh, I can't even tell. What is that? Yeah, I think it's
I think it's a JR.
Weird, but that's. I mean, somebody would know, right? But like, I mean, this is going back way when. Is it like 70s or 80s? I have no idea. But I mean, it's this. The joy, like, I mean, I love the idea of, I love covers. I love covers because, I work, we're out here making sure that, because covers sell comics. That's it. At the end of the day, covers sell comics. That's the first thing you see. And if it's good, you know, people are going to buy it. And I mean, not buy it, they're going to look inside, you know. And so, you know, you've got stuff like this now, right? Funko Pop versions of those covers, and I'm okay with it because I do chibi of Incredible as a, you know, as a trading card or whatever, you know, because and my fingers all over the place, you know, so that because you know it's your another version of the cover of the character.
Yeah,
So
I wouldn't buy that one.
Yeah, this one, right?
No, I wouldn't buy that at all. Not for the Hulk. Exactly.
It was $4, by the way, in New Zealand. So that's $2 US or something. That's like very, very cheap. Right? That's why I bought it. But check that out.
Yeah, that's dope.
Right? That reminds me of that, right? That's what I was going to say. Look at that. Is that?
Yeah, that's awesome.
I'm like holding it wrong. It's like on an angle. I just can't get the angle right. You know, it's just so, you know, when you look at that, the drawn art, it's almost, you know, it's so cool. I mean, like beautiful. And then you look at that, you should do it as like a variant cover. So we're
yeah, I was gonna say, yeah, why not?
Or actually, as a like when the you know your you know, here's another one, right? That's very cool. This is I'm not sure who did the cover. Oh, this is Stanley Art Jam Lau. Look at that. You know.
Yeah, that's beautiful.
So for me, this comic is worth alone for the cover, but I've been told this is a good comic to read, and I need to get to it to read it. And I actually, there was a mix-up because I wanted to buy a blank because I was going to get Shane to do his Conan on it. And there was a mix-up and friggin' order and communication and shit. And that didn't come on my pull list because they got stopped off some friggin' hologram, you know, foil, which is going to cost me $40. And in the end, I missed out on the white variant. So I could get, you know, Shane to do that. And, but, you know, the great thing about being a fan of all these characters out there, like Conan, like X-Men, like Superman, whatever, Batman, it doesn't cost me anything now, or like limited, to come up with my own character based on what I love. And I think as creators, you know, like with Mad Max and stuff like that, Dystopia, you know, you just put pen to paper and you go for it. And if you're trying to create perfection, getting back to the thing, you'll never find perfection. Like I said, the only perfect person who ever lived, they nailed him to a cross, right? You know, they said, oh, you know, thing, you know, you just said what that means is none of us are perfect. So whatever we create, we just
I guess I'm haunted by this. Are you guys familiar with it's a Japanese cartoon called Evangelion?
Yeah.
Have you heard of Evangelion before, Shane? No.
Yeah.
So it's, I mean, it doesn't matter. The guy that created it is his name's Hideaki Anno, and he basically there's a documentary on Amazon on him creating sort of the most recent iteration, and he's pulling his hair out, like, you know, and look, it's probably not healthy. He's pretty mentally ill guy, but he's got this mantra where he's just going, all I'm doing right now is trying to push the work as far as it will go. Yeah. And it just he keeps like repeating that line. I'm just trying to push it. I'm trying to push it. I'm trying to push it. So when I asked that question, I guess I was trying to sort of find, you know, how do you know? Yeah, there he is. There, he's got really big ears. He's a real interesting character. But he
I had big ears, but that's big, man.
He's but he's a legend. You know, if you guys want to sort of read up on him more, there's lots of documentaries on YouTube about him. Real interesting guy. You know, even that making of that cartoon is incredible. But yeah, I guess what I was hoping for you guys is to some sort of secret, like you know, oh, stop when you reach this point. You know what I mean? But maybe it doesn't exist. Maybe I'm just sort of you know, getting lost in the sauce a little bit, I guess.
You just, you know, I mean, we live in the most fantastic age in the world. Like in all history, we have access to everything at our fingertips. Software, to draw, to letter, to design, is all available. There's no limit to what we can do creatively, and to be held back by seeking perfection is the worst thing in the world, I think. I mean, I used to be like pedantic about a lot of things, and by working with different people, take on ideas. Like, I mean, look, this came about because one of my friends said, the artwork you're putting down for the kids of color is too hard, right?
Right.
And I listened to her, and it changed. I did a TV version of Incredible Girl, and because the kids couldn't color, found it too hard to color in those things, and that's how we ended up. Her one single comment to me made me change and make something amazing, to a point where we had a 3D version of that character in that idea that came from her. And if I would have said no, I wouldn't have something joyful and creative and enjoyable that I've done, and I think, but the other thing, side of, like, we were talking about perfection, we'll never be perfect. The artwork we ever create, we'll always question it. I would always go, well, I wish I'd done that line differently. I wish I'd used that caption there instead of, or that dialogue there. And if you use that to hold yourself back, it is such a sad state to be in. You'll never get anything done. And I'm rounding that off because, like, he was supposed to be less than 2 hours. We're at 4 hours almost. But we've had great conversation, but like, and I think, I'm going to give you the final word, man. Like, and we'll finish up on that. And Rex, thank you for, being part of this.
Yeah, no worries. Thanks for answering my questions.
It's just awesome. It's good to have someone do that and ask, and, because otherwise, how do we learn? How do I even look at myself and decide what am I doing? Is it, am I on the right track or not?
No, I think that's cool that you've sort of opened things up. I think it's super interesting. I have fun every time I come on. So yeah, no, it's awesome.
I kind of have to agree with obviously you can't get it perfect and everything else. But I think the main thing is that with comic books or any books or any movies, unless it's finished, it doesn't exist.
Yeah.
So just do it. Just make the artwork. Just put it out there. Do it for yourself first, and hopefully people will have the same taste as you, and they'll like it too. I mean, you've got to write or draw something that entertains you first, and then hopefully they'll entertain other people. I mean, if you don't like it, don't expect someone else to.
Sure.
So
Fair
that's
enough.
the thing.
Fair enough.
I went for the Wasteland Apocalypse book over that sci-fi character because I had stories in my head for it straight away. It's something that I've been watching Mad Max since the 80s. It's quite a long time since the 80s. I still like those types of movies. I know I'm going to like it. I know I'm going to be able to draw it because I won't hate what I'm drawing. And I know I'm going to enjoy telling that story. So hopefully other people will too.
Awesome, man. Awesome.
So here's my Christmas present out of the blue that I got today from Shane.
It's a bit late.
But because we haven't seen each other for weeks or months. So this is the Templar. Let's see. It's a graphic novel, right? And it is by First Second. Which isn't First Second like a high-end like graphic? It's like top shelf, right?
Not really, because they're at the warehouse now.
Right. So
I think
the warehouse is weird, right? Like they've got like a nice little comic section now. A lot of them.
Sometimes, yeah.
So this is by Meshna, Pham, and Pavelin.
I just like
yeah. So this is going to be awesome. I wanted to read this because, like I said, I don't read that much anymore, but because I'm writing all the time. And one of the other things about writing all the time is that I don't want that influencing me now. Like you know, so I'm watching anime instead, because that way I know it's opposite to what I'm doing. But yeah,
See,
man.
I did it differently. I watched so many bad 80s movies while doing my comic.
Yep.
But I didn't watch them. I had them on in the background while I was drawing.
Right.
And the thing is, I'd be like, if I saw something that was really cool that I could incorporate later on, I was like, I'll just make a note of that.
It's
Interesting. That's kind of cool.
Like, I made notes of things. A lot of them I'd never used at all, but a couple of the notes, I was like, that's a cool take. I might change this character slightly. And the thing was, a lot of the ideas that I kind of, nicked were from terrible movies.
Yeah.
But the idea was great. Just the execution was bad.
Sure.
So it's like, I like the idea. It's very entertaining. Why is it in this piece of crap? I don't know, but
Gotcha.
But that's a cool idea, and I'll be able to use it in my own version of it.
That's cool. Are we out of time then? Are we wrapping things up?
No, we've got 5 more minutes. So I'm just like,
right,
let them finish, and then I'll talk about this, and then I'll let you finish up for us, Rex.
Well, no, all I've got to say is make it, do it, publish it, and then let everyone else see it. You'll feel great if you get it done.
Yeah, once it's in print,
Nice.
it's tangible,
Well
right?
said.
I can hold it. I can pass it to you. Now it's real. Once it's still on, like, it's there PDF, it doesn't make it real.
Not as real, no.
Not as real. Yeah, it's completed. It's everything. But like talking about influence, right? So I've always wanted to do a creature feature, and I didn't write this as a creature feature, but like this week ended up being a creature feature all of a sudden, because I was thinking. I like the idea of Japanese yokai. These are the yokai are like these mythical creatures and stuff, and I watch a lot of those stories about them in manga and anime, especially anime. And I've been wanting to do yokai for forever, and like I've been questioning myself, how do I create that? So when I was writing this, Howl is basically about a mum and a son, adopted son kind of thing, right? Orphan boy. And so it's that relationship, and it's a very adultish, R18 kind of comic book, not safe for work. But as I got to the second part of it, as I was writing this week, I thought I could make what I wanted about, all these different creatures and yokai and all these ancient, mythological creatures in this book, which I hadn't thought about, because all I want to do is a werewolf and a vampire book. But because I wanted to do it, like, you're talking about like Mad Max and all that influence and love for that character, I suddenly was able to go, what if I just did that? And let's see what it does. And then suddenly my brain exploded. And creativity started flowing by that question, what if, right? If you don't ask the what if questions, you stop yourself from so much creativity. And so I was able to expand. I looked up, like ancient mythical characters and from mythology from all over the world. I mean, I learned for the first time what the hell was a mevka, right, from Ukraine, and like, it's basically the history of that is like, it's a creature, it's a human that's died before their time, accidentally and all that, and it's usually a female, and so on. And I was able to bring Ukrainian mythological creature into my story, which is based in New Zealand, right? But part of it's based in history of it is based in Italy, which I've never been to, but that's the joy about comics. I can dream, expand, I can create without ever being to that country, because of technology offering that to us. And yokai Japan, the mystery and mythological expanse of those countries, are so amazing. I mean, I don't know a lot about my own culture, like Indian mythology and all that, and so far I can't add that, and I'm not interested in that. I did do a book, which is the second volume to Templeton, about that, but I find other people's cultures more interesting than my own in a sense, and that might turn off other Indians to me, but I just enjoy, Spanish horror, right? I enjoy gangster movies from Japan, right? Or, or samurai movies from Japan. I enjoy, you know, kung fu fighting from Hong Kong, you know, and stuff like that. So, you know, you get to see some really cool things out there. And if you're open to it, and you can bring that into comics without spending a cent, or, you know, like apart from bringing artists and all that. But I mean, there's no locking off your imagination if you're willing to ask the what if questions and stop yourself from like thinking about perfection, you know, perfecting everything. That's what, you know, being the main thing of tonight. I think it's like being held back because of perfection. Now, Rex, I'm gonna ask you, you know, to close us off. It's about 4 hours and you know, he's way past his bedtime.
Fair enough. No, it's,
by the way, if you guys are watching, this is it's almost midnight in New Zealand.
I could have finished another page by now.
No, I mean, it's been great talking to you, Shane Naru. You guys are, you know, you have a wealth of experience and are sort of at a different kind of stage than I am. So it's great to learn from you guys. You know, and I'm sure people watching would be happy to sort of, you know, get your lessons and your knowledge as well too. So no, I appreciate you taking the extra couple of hours to sort of go over the questions that I had, and yeah, no, I'm excited to read the book. I'll see if it's in graphic, and if not, I'll see if I can I'll find a spot.
You can, I mean, like we are talking like before, like you can pick it up from Shane direct. So I'm gonna give his Facebook link so you can actually, if you can't find it, right?
There you go. That's a good way of ending the stream.
Yeah,
plug. Give Shane a plug.
Yeah, if you can't directly find it, hop up over to Art of Evans. Yeah. That's his Facebook page and his Instagram page. And you know, it's I'm gonna just put it on the screen in a minute. And that, like you said, that's a good way to end tonight, because really, I mean, like, you know, we've had so much cool stuff from Shane, sharing artwork, sharing his comic, and basically his skills, and you know, a lot of like you said, lessons, because like, you know, when you get to our age, you're kind of thinking like the old guys, so, you know, younger guys. So thank you everybody who's watching. Thank you, Rex, for your questions. Ka kite anō from me. You know, all the best and safe. Shane.
Yeah, awesome. And feel free to send me messages and stuff about your comic and stuff.
All right, yeah, we'll do. Both of you, yeah, we'll do. I'll link up with you guys, I guess, on Facebook. I don't think YouTube has like a messenger, right? Yeah, no, I'll link up with you guys. You guys are in like the New Zealand comics community groups, right? So I'll link up.
I'm
with
definitely in Make Comics NZ.
Yeah, so I will give you like while we're still here, so yeah, I'll give you a Facebook thing so you can.
I don't really do my art now.
Okay, but I mean, to my connections.
Yeah.
So
do Make Comics NZ.
Yeah, actually, Comics NZ. You're right there. So let's do that, and then I will.
That will be more than one comic person.
Yeah. So you can join this group on Facebook. This is open for all Kiwis. So I'm going to put you.
Nice, expats. We've got a few expats that comment too.
And so and then
there's even a couple of Australians that comment, which is fine because they're basically just racist Kiwis.
So in private chat, before we turn off, I'll put in my link so we can connect. I've been meaning to do this. This is a great opportunity to do that. So
nice.
Hit me up a messenger, DM me, and I'll set up, because we're going to do a lot of Friday night things going forward. So just a quick plug. Starting next Saturday, US, Northern Hemisphere, and Sunday, New Zealand, midday, we're going to be interviewing 3 consecutive week Sundays with indie comics creators, which is going to be great. So that's probably worth watching as well, because you get 3 different, you know, professional views from the indie scene about that. So thank you, everybody. All the best. Happy New Year, and all the best for your new year. Rex, thank you again. Awesome to have you around, mate. Appreciate it. Shane?
No problem.
All right. There we go, guys.
Next time.
Thanks, guys.